Everybody, Washington. Before I start, I want to again introduce our guests from Guyana. And we want this afternoon session to be a rousing one. First, let me apologize to the folk watching that we started the session this morning and we suspended it for the delegation from Guyana to go to Capitol Hill. And so they're back, and we had a very delicious lunch. And so we're starting the afternoon session now. You haven't missed anything much. So let me welcome, first of all, the opposition leader of Guyana, Mr. Aubrey Norton, who is also leader of the PNC. Next to him at the head table is Ms. Amanza Walton Desir, the Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs, Member of Parliament, and Member of Parliament Cathy Hughes, who's also chairman of the Alliance for Change. Sitting right up front, Mr. Ganesh Mahipal, Member of Parliament, Central Executive Member of the PNC, Ms. Dawn Hastings Williams, my sister, Member of Parliament and General Secretary of the PNC, Mr. Ronald Cox, Member of Parliament, Ms. Nima Flubes, Member of Parliament, Mr. Ricky Ramsaroop, Member of Parliament. Also, we have here the Deputy Mayor of Linden, my brother. Stand up and let him see you. Also from Guyana, am I missing anybody? Darren Wade. Sherrod Duncan, Member of Parliament. Man, how can I forget Sherrod? He's living in, Sherrod Duncan from South Carolina and Guyana, Member of Parliament. Then we have the Shadow Attorney General. What are you doing in the back there? Member of Parliament and Senior Counsel Royce Ford. Oh, Attorney at Law Don Holder Alert Kush. Darren Wade, Ms. Sampson, Olive Sampson from Ipadije, welcome. Anybody else from Guyana missing before I also want to introduce you to he's not from Guyana. Oh, Derek Baster from the AFC, stand, please. I want to introduce also the members of the committee for this conference. Could you all stand, please? I know I introduced you this morning. I miss Errol Lewis. Everyone, Errol, Edward, Novella Noble from Georgia, Miss Clement from New Jersey, Rebecca from New Jersey as well. Thank you guys all for serving on this committee. Let me also thank the Metropolitan Police, who has an invisible presence here. And let me also thank the Federal Bureau of Investigations, who have, over the period, worked with us for this conference. So before I get into the formal reports of the remarks I want to make, I want to apologize for the two members of Congress who should have been here. We all know what is happening on Capitol Hill. We have an unfortunate situation where the government is possibly grinding to a shutdown, and so they have to be on Capitol Hill to vote, but we'll have representation. So again, welcome to the conference, those of you who are here and those people listening. I want to, on behalf of the Caribbean Guyana Institute for Democracy, in the strongest terms, condemn the government's discrimination against another Black leader in Guyana. As you know, last night, David Patterson, who was traveling to the United States to meet with the Congressional Black Caucus, to meet with the leadership of the Congressional Black Caucus and the leader of the Democratic Party in the United States House of Representatives was prevented from leaving the country, even though he received the permission of the court to travel. It seems as though the Guyana police force and persons in the apartheid PPP regime are more powerful than the courts. And I am in America, and we have freedom of speech here. This is not Guyana. And I want to make bold to say that if David Patterson was a Harry Singh or a Kisun Lal, he would have traveled. But this government has no respect for Black people and Black leaders in Guyana. And I don't know about the people in Guyana, but it seems as though the government is fomenting a revolution. They are fomenting a revolution. They are provoking the Afro-Guyanese population and other opposition supporters or opposition supporters. They want civil conflict, and they're inciting it. And I wish to God that they lived in America. You see what happened in this country when they killed George Floyd? The people of Guyana need to be inspired by the people who inspired change during that crisis. And the Guyana police force could put out another wanted bulletin for me for saying that. I don't know how the people in Guyana can live with this kind of disrespect. So to my friend and brother David Patterson, we wish you were here. I hope the court could grant an injunction tomorrow and he can travel today. Sorry, grant an injunction today so he can be here tomorrow. And when we meet with the members of Congress tomorrow, we will say our piece. I know that the opposition leader and the theme met with them today, but we will have our piece when some of them come to meet with us tomorrow and when we go to Capitol Hill tomorrow. The government of Guyana, in response to our announcement of this Congress, hired a lobbying firm, paid them $300,000 US to defeat this conference. 300,000. I have the contract, so they can't deny it. While little children in Guyana go hungry, this apartheid regime is spending 60 million Guyana dollars to come to America to try to defeat this conference. Try to defeat Americans planning in America. They think that they're world power because they have access to oil revenues. But I want to promise you this. We will defeat them. We will defeat the agenda they have. The reason why we have this conference today is because we want change in US policy. And I don't care how many senators they meet. I don't care how much money they spend. The message that we're sending to them today is that there will be a change in US policy. And for those of us who live in this country, it is incumbent on us to pressure our elected representatives, to pressure the Biden administration to ensure that there is foreign policy change in Guyana. And I know that they're watching this conference. I know that they're watching my remarks. So it doesn't matter how much money they spend. There must be a change in US foreign policy on Guyana. That is our promise, and we will deliver it. just like they spent $300,000 to stop and or disrupt this conference, but we're here. And for a racist government who campaigned for Donald Trump, who told their supporters to vote for Donald Trump, I'm appalled that they're sucking up to Democrats now and boasting about meeting. And we will say that on Capitol Hill tomorrow. And when the representative from the Congressional Black Caucus comes to address this conference tomorrow, we will say the PPP government is for the Republicans. All the time they were paying Republicans. It was the Republican strategists and consultants who got Donald Trump elected, got them elected. And now they're running, kissing the asses of Democrats. I'm going to be very frank today. I came up to Washington to war. I came up to Washington to war and to Bar Jagdeo. He has been waging a war against me for the last 5 weeks. He said I'm a criminal. So I was happy to go back on TV and tell him the criminal is the person his mother made. The criminal is the person his mother made. A man who formed death squads that killed over 1,400 young black men is calling black leaders a criminal. And listen, Guyana and Guyanese in the diaspora, we have to stop accepting this kind of thing. Bar Jagdeo has called every black leader in Guyana a criminal. Aubrey Norton is a criminal. Cathy Hughes is a criminal. Amans is a criminal. Vincent Adams is a criminal. He also called Richard Van Westshire a criminal. It seems as though when they want to solve international problems, they have to resort to PNC criminals because they just appointed Van Westshire, the ambassador to Venezuela. Bar Jagdeo just called you a criminal 2 weeks ago. They don't even have the expertise to run the country. They have to resort to people from the PNC. Carl Greenwich is helping them with the border crisis in the World Court. Now they're sending a PNC person or PNC-oriented person to Venezuela. And he said that we are committing a crime in the US. Suddenly, Bar Jagdeo is an expert in US constitutional law. He said we shouldn't be lobbying. That's against the law. We have how many lawyers in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need advice from Bar Jagdeo, who's a half-baked economist from some community high school in Russia, to tell us what the US law is. I wonder if any supporters in Queens write their congressperson if that's lobbying. Or is it because we're black? We shouldn't have access to the rule of law. And what he has demonstrated is his racist, congenitally racist orientation. On the other hand, what he calls a black group, CGID, is we're breaking the law when we talk to our elected officials. But when his supporters in Queens, who raised money illegally, who funneled money to him illegally, allegedly, who are under FBI investigation for funneling money to Bar Jagdeo, allegedly, and I'm not joking, they are. Over 100 of PPP supporters in Queens are on the FBI investigation. They're funneling money to terrorists, a terrorist group called Hezbollah in Lebanon. They're smuggling gold, smuggling drugs, and money laundering. And he calling us criminals. And the whole PPP cabinet were charged with fraud. He's saying Minister of Finance. Bar Jagdeo was arrested for fraud. The president was arrested and charged with 19 fraud charges. Nandalal was arrested for fraud. Kwame Mukai is a convicted criminal sitting in the cabinet. Convicted. Somebody said another one whose name ends with Jill is also a convicted criminal. Somebody said another one was charged with murder, then he changed his name to some kind of Jill. It is the disrespect for these people. And we are often asked ourselves, the Afro-Guyanese in the PPP, why they have to strip themselves of their identity to be in the PPP. You ever heard anyone in the PPP talk about injustice to black people? Todd, Edgel, Waldron, and I don't mean that Tucker is my cousin. But like she has also stripped her black identity. It's disgraceful that we have to come to Washington to petition our government for justice in Guyana. And a member of Congress told me last week, many of you saw that I was here all week last week for the Congress of Black Caucus, and she said to me one thing that struck her, and she kept asking herself, why is the government of Guyana coming to Washington to tell the Congressional Black Caucus about their so-called plan for inclusion in Guyana when they haven't even told the Guyanese in Guyana? So this is a total stranger to the political scene in Guyana, and she wants to know why they're coming to Washington to tell them that they're inclusive when they haven't even come to the population in the diaspora or said it to people in Guyana. They don't have any plan. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. And the fact that they think that they can stop us from meeting in our country shows that we're on the road to not only autocracy and dictatorship, but apartheid governance. And we have to stop it, even if it's through revolution, a political revolution. Black people in Guyana will not live under subjugation from the PPP. No. The last time I said something like that, the Guyana police force put out a wanted bulletin for me, as if that's going to stop me from talking. Just like they stopped David Patterson from leaving the country. The Guyana police force. The police officer told David Patterson a note was entered into the file saying he can't leave the country by a police officer when a judge said a magistrate said he could leave the country. In some countries, look what happened in Philadelphia last night. Look what, you know what happened in Philadelphia last night? A judge set a police officer to kill a black man, set him free, and they almost burned down the whole city last night. I'm not saying that's what you must do in Guyana. But people must stop being cowards and confront this government. We in the diaspora can't carry the struggle. We're not on the ground. We want to see the young people get involved. We want to see everybody get involved. And that's why we have this conference. We want to talk to our legislators and our government officials about US policy. This is what this conference is about. The people in Guyana, this is what this conference is about. This is not necessarily about what's report on what's happening on the ground. No. This conference is about accessing, as per our constitutional rights, our elected officials. The Constitution says we have the right to petition our government. And we want the US government to change policy. And I noticed Assistant Secretary of State, Brian Nichols, lie to Enrico Wilford. Lie. He's part of the Biden administration that this government campaigned against. And he's lying for the PPP government. He told Enrico Wilford that he received no request for a meeting and was not aware that the opposition was in town. He wrote me, Brian Nichols wrote me, explaining to me that he and the Secretary of State are traveling this week. And they are. Yet he told Enrico Wilford he was not aware, and he did not increase the request. Something is rotten in the State Department. And the policy of the State Department of only meeting with government officials is wrong. And we will force them to change it. We will not stop, you know. This next forum is going to go straight to the White House. This next forum is going to go straight to the White House. And like I said before, this is America where we have freedom of speech. And we don't care who has what title behind them. The fact of the matter is that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the ones that have to face the voters, not Brian Nichols. And we have a serious situation where Guyanese all across America, over 800,000 people, are forming a hardened position of opposition to the Democratic Party because of the situation in Guyana. And it has to be addressed. It has to be addressed. We want Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to win. We want Joe Biden. We are political. We are political. We're not afraid to be political in this country. And so the people in Georgia and Arizona and Pennsylvania and Connecticut and New York, we have a right. We have a right to express our views. We have a right to meet with them and petition. And we are not going to allow either the PPP or the people in the State Department to act in any way, or their actions to deny us our rights, deny our family back home their rights. And we're very concerned, and we will express this tomorrow, we're very concerned with the information that has been sent to Washington from Guyana through the U.S. Embassy. And let me say this. This conference has nothing to do with the opposition in Guyana. This is not an opposition conference. We've invited some of the opposition members here. This is CGID, the American organization. The organizations that are here are American organizations. So we don't want anybody to run away with the idea that this is an opposition conference and the opposition has come to Washington like Barry Jagdale has been saying. No. So we decided to convene this conference because, one, we want to highlight the injustices in Guyana. Two, we want to discuss the U.S. policy in Guyana. We want the U.S. government to acknowledge our concerns. And over the years, the State Department has not adequately addressed our concerns. Congressman Hakeem Jeffries called for the ambassador to resign, and the State Department didn't act. Unheard of. 7 members of Congress expressed concerns about what's happening in Guyana. And the U.S. administration has not adequately addressed those concerns. In his letter to me, and I understand that he says he's going to meet with us at some point in time. Oh, I can't wait for that meeting. The Assistant Secretary of State says the U.S. government is working with stakeholders in Guyana to promote inclusive growth. Anyone of you know who the State Department is working with to promote inclusive growth in Guyana, other than going to Guyana and meet the government? They are working with stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? The stakeholders are the population, the people who make up Guyana, and their leaders. And I heard the president said he is not going to meet with the opposition leader, which means he's consciously violating the Constitution unless he repents. Like if they repented for all the black people they murdered and the money that they squandered and siphoned off. And I wonder if the Assistant Secretary of State observed that. So, as we deliberate over the next day, we want members of this diaspora to remember why we're here. And when you go back to, I notice people here from the Virgin Islands, Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. Forgive me if I missed anybody from any other state. Maryland, Washington, D.C. Oh, gosh. I'm in Maryland, Washington, D.C., Virginia area, and I'm missing New Mexico, South Carolina, Canada. Go back home and petition your members of Congress. Jack Bell said that his supporters must write the members of Congress and complain for me. As if the members of Congress don't cut my tail. You guys go home and pressure. This is not to intervene in Guyana. We don't want intervention in Guyana. We want U.S. policy to promote right here, what we're saying here. Inclusive governance, inclusive economic growth, equal justice, social equity, and sustainable development for all Guyanese. The government of Guyana came to Washington to tell the politicians they're against inclusive governance. They came to Washington to tell the politicians they're against inclusive growth. The same inclusive growth that the Assistant Secretary of State said he's working to promote. The government came here to say, no, we're against that. They're against this conference. This is what this conference is about. They're against equal justice and equal rights. They're against social equity. They're against sustainable development for all Guyanese. And Bar Jagbe has the goal to every Thursday attack this conference because we want to promote equality, inclusive growth, inclusive governance. Do you understand that? The government is against what we're promoting here. So this conference, as I take my seat, is to petition, discuss, dialogue, urge our policymakers to ensure that U.S. policy promotes these things. We can't have any longer hypocrisy where you're attacking North Korea, you're attacking Iran, you're attacking Russia, you're talking about Myanmar or Burma, and Guyana is right in the backyard and we're ignoring it. We're ignoring an apartheid regime, racism, discrimination, shutting out of the opposition to represent half the population of the country. Half the population of the country. Sorry, more than half. Stand corrected. So for us in CGID, every time they strike, we will get more defiant. We'll be more resolute. They want a confrontation with CGID. We're ready for the confrontation. So long as it's changed, they want to put out wanted bulletins, we will tell them, put them out. Put them out. You want to stop David Patterson? To me, they would have to stop the whole country. You want to stop David Patterson from coming to meet Congress? You have to stop the whole, I would have shut down the whole damn airport. Forgive me. I cannot stand the disrespect to our black leaders. And we in the diaspora will not put up with it. And they came to Washington. They're conducting a very nasty campaign. We're going to meet with the Justice Department to see how legal that campaign is, where they have their lobbyists writing every person that we're supposed to meet with propaganda. They attacked the Attorney General of New York And they think we forget. They attack Hakeem Jeffries, but they have to humble themselves like little puppy dogs and go to Capitol and meet with him because he's now the second most powerful African American in this country. And then they left the meeting and lied. So that's what we outlined, what I outlined just now is the reason we have this conference. We are not focused primarily on Guyana. We focus now on US policy. And tomorrow, because of what's happening in Congress, one member from the Congressional Black Caucus would represent everybody, and then we will go to Capitol Hill to meet with the rest. And I hope that when she comes tomorrow, we can really express ourselves about our feeling about what is going on in Guyana. Not the charade where the government came and said, oh, everything is hunky-dory. Come to Guyana and talk to the people they're partying. Let us tell Congresswoman Clark, the first vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, what we really think. The people here from Guyana, express yourself. Let the members of Congress know. Later on, we will meet with the National Security Advisor and his team. At another date, they can't meet now because of what is going on. We will go all the way to the White House. You hear me? Bar Jagdale, the regime in Guyana, we will go all the way to the White House to fight you. Your money is not going to deter us. We've come to Washington to send a message to the U.S. Department, U.S. State Department, to the embassy in Guyana, to our members of Congress. We will not sit idly by while racist, apartheid people in government try to re-enslave Black people and deny opposition supporters their right. So again, thanks for coming to this conference. Let us be resolute. We want your support, everybody. Let us unite this diaspora so that we can fight and bring about the change in Guyana that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Another round of applause to Mr. Burke, please. Next on the program, we're going to have a State of the Union report from Comrade Norton, the opposition leader. It's going to be brief because I think given the time constraints, we're going to have about 4 minutes for each person.
There's no union in the country.
State of the country. All right, so you go first. Yeah. So would you welcome Mr. Norton to this podium, please?
Mr. Chairman, all present, it would be remiss of me if I first failed to correct that this is not a State of the Union. As I understand it, I'm asked to give you an indication of our engagement on the Capitol Hill. And so I will proceed to do that rather than to even attempt a State of the Union. But that would have been simple because I could have safely said, if it is Guyana you're talking about, it's this union. Now, permit me to thank CGID for the invitation to be part and parcel of this activity. Well, you're not getting volume? Are you getting volume now? Yes. I was saying, permit me to thank CGID for the invitation to be here. Permit me also to thank you all for coming here. A lot of times, it's a great sacrifice. And so we're appreciative of the sacrifices you make to stand up for us in Guyana. we're cognizant of the fact that first and foremost, persons to stand up in Ghana is us. And therefore your work is work in solidarity. But nevertheless, the opportunity was provided for us to engage in that we did. May I take the opportunity to say to you that yesterday a delegation met with the International Monetary Fund and we did a critique of the Guyana economy at this stage and outlined the kind of economic development policies we thought should be advocated. We were very clear to point out to them that we recognize you celebrate growth, but growth is not development. And we made proposals that are aimed at ensuring Guyana develops, meaning the people benefit. We made a major concern that oil resources, we pointed out that oil resources were not meeting the people of our country, and that with our people-centered development strategy, we will do everything to ensure that oil resources meet our people. We also took the opportunity, like we did this morning, to identify to them that we have developed what we call the people-centered development strategy, and that people-centered development strategy is geared towards ensuring a quality life in that. Of course, before I got into the presentation at Capitol Hill, we have heard the fact that David Patterson was prevented from coming, and we did indicate to them that it is symptomatic of the authoritarian nature of the government. We made that point very clear. This morning, we outlined clearly the situation in Guyana. We have said in no uncertain terms that the government is hurtling towards a one-party state and that they have removed the guardrails of democracy. We pointed out that they have no interest in transparency and accountability, and was very careful to show them that one of the worst things the government did, change the quorum of the Public Accounts Committee from one in which 3 members constituted a quorum to one in which you had to have some from government and some from opposition. And having made that change, they refused to come. And so you had 15 sessions that could not come off because the government did not turn up. And we pointed out that that is a clear indication that they have no interest in democracy, they have no interest in transparency, they have no interest in accountability. Now, in that presentation, we lamented as well the politicization of the Guyana Police Force. I'm on record as saying that the present acting commissioner is neither certified nor qualified to be an acting police commissioner. And that once it is dependent on the opposition leader for confirmation, he's dead sure to die at Hollywood and actor. We were very clear that the government does not provide resources for local government councils that were won by the AP and UAFC. And we pointed out the disproportion between what is given to the most populous region, Region 4, in comparison to the PPP stronghold, Region 6. It is my sincere view that those in Capitol Hill have an understanding. They particularly asked us for our development plan, and I was able to identify many aspects of our development plan. First of all, pointing out that we think the government over-focus on infrastructure is really a mechanism for corruption, and that we believe that it needs to be realigned. That development occurs when human resource development is critical. And so we identify our plan to ensure that there's human resource development. We indicated that we will do the necessary surveys to ensure that our educational and training programs align with the needs of jobs in the society. And I think we were able to identify other elements of the plan, including diversification of the economy. We repeated our recommendation to the last budget debate that there is need for intensification and actual placement of agriculture in the hinterland areas, particularly regions 1, 7, 8, 9, and 10, which is not totally hinterland. No parts of it are in the hinterland. It is my view again that we have been able to outline to them where we intend to take Guyana as a trade with oil resources. We have made it very clear to them that education, general social services, healthcare, all of those we believe are the responsibilities of the government, and that as a government we'll put mechanisms in place to ensure that those services are provided while simultaneously that the economy grows and is successful, so that it doesn't become a burden on the people of Guyana. We have pointed to the mismanagement of our resources, the virtual destruction of democracy in Guyana, and we made it very clear for them, a government under the APNU, AFC will open new vistas for cooperation, etc. We were clear that there's a confluence of interest between Guyana and the United States of America in the sense that they pursue freedom, they want safety and security for people, things that we all subscribe to. I think I've already exceeded my 4 minutes, but what I can say out of the meeting is that I think we have been able to give a true reflection of what Guyana is and to place yourself in a position where we are seen as the government in waiting and would generally take over the country in the quickest possible time constitutionally. We have urged them to support a clean voters list and biometrics at the place of poll, guaranteeing them that if that is to occur, then our victory is assured. And so, in essence, we felt that they understand the plan we set ourselves, they understand the nature of the society, and we left feeling that they're disposed to working with us. I would think that is a synopsis, however extemporaneous for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. Before we move on to Amanza Desir for some brief remarks, bit of housekeeping. I was reminded by my colleague in front. We need some rules in terms of people are streaming live. There's no need to do that. We're asking you to turn your phones off. Sherrod is already streaming live. And we also need to minimize movement because it's a live presentation. So if you can cooperate with us in that regard, that'd be nice. Yes, and also if you can put your phones in silent, that would be good. Now I'd like to invite Amanza Desir, the Honorable Amanza Desir, to the podium, please. Walter Desir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is certainly an honor and a privilege for me to be here today with my colleagues from Guyana to interact with you for the next 2 days. You know, we are elected officials, and whilst we do not comment on the internal affairs of sovereign nations, we certainly want to thank Rick Ford and the team at CGID for the opportunity to come to share with you information that will certainly help you in your deliberations as you seek to effect the change that you are hoping to see here in the USA. I want to say from the outset, to add to what the leader of the opposition would have said, we had the opportunity to make it very clear to the delegation on Capitol Hill that as it relates to our territorial controversy with Venezuela, that there really is no daylight between the government and the opposition on this issue. I want to be very clear that we will support and we will continue to support the government of Guyana on the steps that they're taking to defend our territorial integrity and our sovereignty. The president of Guyana would have reached out to the leader of the opposition to brief him. And indeed, at the ministerial level, they would have reached out to me to bring us up to speed on what has been happening. And so our position is that we will continue to pursue the judicial settlement that is currently before the ICJ, and there is no derogation from that in terms of dialogue, etc. In the broader context, as you deliberate over the next few days, I believe that there are a couple of things that are extremely important for us to note. That Guyana, as you know, is at a crossroads, as it were. For the first time in our history, we have the amount of resources that we have, and resources that can make a meaningful and lasting change to the life of every Guyanese. The challenge that you're having is that that is not happening. And I want to be also very clear about something. The issue of poverty in Guyana now cuts across ethnic political divides. And that understanding is important because as we seek to move Guyana forward, we have to begin to craft a system where every Guyanese, after an election, feels that that election was properly contested on the basis of a sound list and that they now have a stake in moving the country forward. We cannot continue to have a Guyana where when one party wins, one half feels left out of government, and the other one, when the other side wins, feels left out of government. The key to tackling that is to continue to advocate for strong democratic institutions. We have to move away from the cult of personality leadership that we see being perpetuated today in Guyana. And so as you deliberate over the next few days, those are some of the things that, in addition to my portfolio on the Venezuela-Guyana issue, that I really wanted to leave with you. We have to begin to craft an earnest way forward. You here in the diaspora, you have a role to play in terms of advocacy to your state representatives. Now it's time for action, respectfully. We've planned, we've talked, we've planned, we've talked. Now it's time to put pen to paper, cursor to paragraph, and to begin to write. Two quick challenges that I wanted to outline because it continues to be an issue. The provision of empirical data. When we speak, one of the challenges that you have is that they say, oh, where is the information? And it's a catch-22 situation because what you have existing is a situation where the opposition, for example, in Guyana, they're not afforded the resources to do the research that is necessary to get to that data. And then the constitutional offices that are obliged under the Constitution to provide information refuse to so do. So when, for example, we write to the Commissioner of Information, you get no response. When you write to the ministers in the National Assembly, you get no information. And so there is this catch-22. You want to say that discrimination exists because you live it every day. In order to be able to prove that in terms of numbers, you have to have people mobilized and going into the community. Now, yes, you do have elected representatives, but certainly they do not have, in terms of the numbers, just the sheer numbers, the ability to go and to mine and to gather that data on the scale and scope that is necessary. So there's a lack of transparency. And all of these are issues that affect our ability to make data-driven decisions. So My 4 minutes are just about up, but those are some of the things that I wanted to leave with you. Our leader would have indicated a number of those other issues, and we're going to be here for the next 2 days, like I said, to provide you with the information that you need in order to be able to achieve whatever objectives you have set for yourself coming out of the conference. Again, I want to thank you. I want to thank the CGID for having us and for the invitation and for providing the opportunity for us certainly to meet with your officials on Capitol Hill. May God bless all of us and may He bless our deliberations for the next few days.
The Honorable Amanza Walton Desir. I think we might have a quick adjustment. Because we are running into problems with time, we're going to, as Kathy Hughes has graciously agreed to allow Mr. Campbell, Ian Campbell, to do his presentation because he has another appointment he has to get to. So I'd like to invite Mr. Ian Campbell to the podium.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Rick Ripper for the invitation to be here with you today. And I appreciate the opportunity, respectfully, to all the elected officials and special guests. I want to briefly kind of highlight some of the things I want to talk about, but unfortunately, there's not enough time to really go into it because the seriousness of government relations, lobbying, advocacy, I don't want to do a disservice to, so I just want to touch on it. My name is Ian Campbell, and I was a former chief of staff. I worked on Capitol Hill for a number of years. I run political campaigns. I lobby for foreign governments. I represent other clients who are nonprofit or corporations. And all that, I say all that to say that, people misunderstand what lobbying is. It's a common name that people throw around, but they really don't know what it is. Lobbying is one line, influencing an elected official to do something that you want. That's lobbying. Everything else that we work on is public relations, it's government relations, it's advocacy, it's education. And and I did send Rick for a handout that we're going to email to you guys later on. But there's certain steps you have to go into this process. Part of it is education. Most people in the United States don't understand what's going on in Guyana because they haven't been educated. So you develop an education campaign that you now have to let them know what's taking place in Guyana, what's going on the ground. Once you educate them, you advocate for your position, what's going on. Education, advocacy, then you run a public relations campaign to start talking about those things in a public sphere so that the public now understands what's going on. Congress is a reactionary body. It responds to public pressure. So in your constituencies, in your districts, your elected officials, your city council member has influence. So you talk to your city council member, put together your position, your city council member who have more access to you and you to them, then reach out to your elected representative in Congress to say, hey, my constituent has this issue. Can we look at it from a national perspective and how they're being dealt with on the international level? And ask certain questions. One of the major things we do in Congress, or did in Congress, I like to ask questions. If you ask a question, you wait for them to respond. One of the issues we're having in Guyana is people just not responding. But you have to let that become public. If they're not responding, they're not doing their jobs. If they're not doing their jobs, then people get kind of active about people not doing their jobs. There's a number of different stories we can go into, but real basically, the number one thing is influencing. How do you influence the people on the ground to make sure that they hear your opinion? You're here in the United States. You are not on the ground, not facing the day-to-day challenges that people on the ground are facing. So you have to coordinate with the organizations, with the individuals, with the churches, with the groups on the ground. Let them give you the information. You then take that information and give it back from you here, that way the people on the ground are safe and secure. So you accept, like Rickford is doing, he's taking all the shots. He's put himself out there, he's taking it, but he can't be the only one, because now it's like, put it on him, so he's just one loudmouth guy in the US, it doesn't really matter. So that's the challenge you have, is he can't be the only one. So you have to come at it from different angles, where constituency from Texas, constituency from Georgia, constituency from Canada, constituency. So now it becomes a whole issue from a larger perspective, from a whole united front. So it's not just what Rickford is saying. Rickford may say, but you also want to say the same thing. You say the same thing. It's until you say it, it hasn't been said. That's the word that folks go by in Congress. So in order to influence what's going on the ground in Guyana, you actually need to have a vested interest here through your elected representatives here to get them to act in a way that is responsive to you. Your elected officials see you as one vote, but we all know how important one vote is. Your one vote brings a constituency that they don't understand. They don't understand Guyana. They still think it's Ghana. They don't know where Guyana is located. So use that to your advantage. Use that to your advantage. You have oil or the minerals. Use all those things. It's strategically positioning yourself so that you're representing a much larger, broader, ideal constituency group and population. And there's more details we can go into that. But information, some of the information that you have to convey, the human rights violations, the disparity in economics, what's going on in reference to criminal activity, what side is being abused and not abused. That information needs to be brought up and taken down to the level of locally, but also in the media, the Human Rights Watch, public UN, and elsewhere. So different individuals in your organizations are responsible for different outreach to different entities. To the State Department. That's one person in particular is going to be liaising with State Department, so that the burden doesn't fall on one person. It's dispersed, it's spread out. Another person can deal with the human rights. Another person can deal with arrest and injustice. My number one thing is, what's the plan? So is it a 5-year plan? Is it a 5-day plan? What's the plan when you leave here? We have enough people in the room that we get everybody's name, email address, put together a group, and now we can start following up so that we can say, when do you have availability? What can you do? Where can you support us in this endeavor? Some people are great writers. Some people are good with graphics. Some people are good with spreadsheets. Use all your talents. Don't do anything that you don't know how to do. Do well what you know how to do, and bring that talent and skill to the initiative, to the forefront. And I want to be very brief and stay on track. I think that what's taking place in Guyana is similar to what's taking place in other places, whether it's Equatorial Guinea, whether it's what took place in between Mali, Guinea. We got to pay attention to the news, Niger, and elsewhere. So there are other hardship and hardened governments that use strong arm tactics. People rebel, people go against it, people rise up, they vote, they get these people out. The United States government is going to move in their interests. Right now, as long as nobody's really saying anything to disrupt it, then they don't have any interest. They still have the relationship, they're still getting the diplomatic relations. It's how do you disrupt that? How do you shine the light on the US government saying you're dealing with a government that is in violation of human rights violation, that's abusing children, killing people, and they know this because they're on the ground. So it's not that they don't know. What you haven't done is force them to acknowledge that it's happening. So how do you go about doing that? Hold a flashlight to it, put it in their face, put it in the media, run press releases, have interviews, social media, send letters. You know, the more, if you had 75 letters going to the State Department right now saying this is an issue, this letter writing campaign, they will take notice. But we don't write enough. We don't call enough. We don't do enough. We don't see and understand that as an individual, your elected official works for you. You, the people, are the power. We think that, oh my God, they're elected. Wow, they're this important person. No, they're not. They're just a person with a job. You gave them a job. You're paying their salaries. So they work for you. And once you start to really understand that, whether it's the police commissioner, whether it's a local police officer, whether it's whoever it is that's in a public space, they work for you because you are the person with the power. Once we understand how to operate and move in that regard together collectively, because I guarantee you, if everybody in this room would schedule an appointment to go to the State Department and go down there and say, we're 75 strong, we want to meet with the secretary. You're going to meet with somebody. And you let them know that you have written in a month ago, you scheduled an appointment, no one responded, you're having issues with the deputy assistant secretary, and these things are happening, and you need it resolved. Next thing, you go to your member of Congress and say, I'm from this district, these are my colleagues, we're all here to meet with the congressperson, we're going to wait until they show up. You have to take it into your own hand. You have to understand the power that you hold. I can't say that part on camera. That's another. But you have to get in the room. So what do you do to get in the room to meet with them privately? You guys know how to do that. So get in the room, have these conversations. The smaller the room, the better it is. The more direct, the more amount of times you can get in front of that person more regularly, you can build that relationship. There's a lot more that can be said across all spectrums, and I have many different stories. Congressman Carolyn McCarthy was a regular individual. She had an incident happen in her life. She became an advocate. She became a lobbyist. She became a member of Congress. Barack Obama was a community organizer in Chicago. He was one of the best community organizers, the best job he ever had. He became a member of Congress. That's community organizing and lobbying. That's what it is, it's lobbying. He became a member of the Senate. He became president and said, lobbyists are terrible people. I no longer want them in my administration, except for the ones I give exceptions to. Little, controversy there. But he was a community organizer. Community organizing is lobbying. Community organizing is advocacy. Reaching out to, only difference is they say that when you're a lobbyist, you get paid. When you're a community organizer, you don't get paid, blah, blah, blah. Nonsense. Same thing. So don't take for granted what it is when you're reaching out to your elected official. Get your neighbors, get your friends, get your minister, get your school PTO group. Let them do work for you. If they don't work for you, get rid of them. With that being said, I'll do my best to be back tomorrow, but I do have another obligation I have to get to. It's been a pleasure taking part. And if you have questions, Rick would know how to reach me. Want to make sure you get the information that I have set up, send out to you, looking forward to the group. And then look forward to seeing you guys again very, very soon. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Give him another round of applause. And Ian, we're so sorry that we didn't get to benefit more from your expertise. He has been here all morning. And we didn't want to do this presentation without the MPs. And so he has to go, but we'll continue to engage him. Ian, thanks a lot. Ian is a former chief of staff to many, many members of Congress. Chiefs of staff rotate all over the Hill, and then he works closely with Congressional Black Caucus. And so over the next coming months, we will work with not only Ian and his organization, Manchester Solutions. We would work with one of the biggest lobbying firms here in Washington, D.C., and we're going to respond to the PPP government with equal force and velocity in terms of their lobbying. We will respond. So thanks a lot, Ian, and we'll continue to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rickford. So we'll move back now to inviting the Honorable Cathy Hughes to the podium.
Thank you very much. And it is really wonderful to be here. Up until the last minute, and we arrived yesterday afternoon, we were still hoping that we would cover all the grounds, make sure everybody had their visas and everything. And finally getting here, and at about 11 o'clock last night, having David Patterson say, Kathy, after everything, changing the tickets, everything, they're saying I cannot proceed. And of course, after that, it was a frantic attempt to get his attorney at law, who I happen to know a little bit. And, but I just want to, I'm starting with that, because that really is the essence of why we're here and what we're going to be talking about over the next 2 days. And that is the inability for us as Guyanese politicians in Guyana that represent the people of Guyana to sit around a table as mature individuals and decide a program, a policy that can move all Guyanese forward, given the wealth that we have right now. We're blessed after going through a difficult time, economy based on commodity markets, whether it's bauxite, sugar, rice, whatever, that finally we get this gift from above. And what are we doing with it? We're systematically ensuring that all Guyanese cannot benefit equally. And that's why it is good to be here. It is good, first of all, to get and to always have the support of our members in the diaspora, because I know we complain about the victimization we feel every day in Guyana, but it's hard for you to, because you're giving your time, your energies and resources, although you physically are not in Guyana, and you continue to be strong citizens that want the best for Guyana. And for that, I want to say a very special thank you to you. I bring greetings on behalf of the Alliance for Change, which of course is the other hat I wear. And you would have heard that we have here Deonarayan Ramsarup, Ricky Ramsarup, as many know him, and most importantly, Vince Adams. And we are going to have an interesting discussion. One of the things that I want to say is that at today's meeting, we really stepped up and wanted to ensure that the Congress representatives and even you in the diaspora understand that we come from the premise that there is so much commonality in terms of the principles and the of democracy, the democratic principles that you in your new home, the USA, the US as a government, and us in Guyana all adhere to. And the challenge we have is that we've been seeing an erosion of those principles. And so David Patterson not being allowed to travel today, when Newsroom, which is a government outfit, Newsroom, a government media outfit, said, and I'm quoting, on December 31st, 2022, court finds police force does not have the authority to blacklist at airports. This is a court decision, right? The first line goes on to say, the High Court has ruled that the Guyana Police Force does not have the authority to blacklist people in a bid to prevent them leaving the country. So I'm raising that because sometimes we know with the misinformation that's out there, we're going to get confused and say, well, maybe because he's on some charge for peeing in the background after we have a country that doesn't have enough public washroom facilities. But that's a whole other thing. Exactly. But anyway, I want you to be quite clear when this discussion takes place over the next couple of hours and the next few days, that the courts have said that this is an action that is not acceptable. We do not adhere to that. And nowhere in David's dealings with the court was he ever told that there's a restriction on your movement. Now, one of the things I know that he felt very strongly about, and we all do, which I want to mention today, and which was part of our discussion this afternoon, is that what we're doing today and what is taking place in Guyana, we cannot sit down and just allow to happen. We can no longer say, oh gosh, I live in Guyana, but I better walk in my corner because it didn't make sense. It has to make sense. And I want you to understand the magnitude of the oil revenues that we are making. So in 2022, we're talking about 1.4 billion, not million with an M, billion US dollars going into the National Resource Fund. And so far for this year, the reports show that by June of 2023, we have 1.7 billion in this fund. And yet, the monies are being spent, as you all know, if you have family and friends in Guyana, the money is being spent on huge contracts, multi-million and billion-dollar contracts that quite often don't have the requisite studies, financial analysis, and even a situation where people can sit down as citizens of Guyana and discuss that this is what we need at this stage. Do we need all of these contracts when children still go to school with not enough food in their stomach? When so many of them still don't know to read and write? So this is why this is so important. Because even at the parliamentary level, and you could blame Cathy Hughes, the parliament, as far as I'm concerned, does not work sufficiently today. Our questions are not answered in a timely manner. In fact, today I was hearing that in the Turks and Caicos Islands, they map out the meetings that the parliament will have for a period of a year long in advance. We sit down and wait and hope that there's going to be a session. And when we talk about the recent legislation on petroleum, where they changed the legislation that the combined APNU AFC members of parliament had passed during our time, which meant that 22 people had to be part of a committee to decide on how this money was going to be spent. The government a couple months ago changed it. So it's only 5 people. And most of them have connections to the government or were chosen by the government to decide how this money is going to be spent. So 22 people that represented media, NGO groups, the trade unions, all these range of agencies that have a right to decide what is going to be done with that $1.7 billion, they no longer have a role to play. And it's 5 people selected or associated with the government that's making the decision on our money, mine and yours and every Guyanese out there. And this situation is totally unacceptable. So I hope to see over the next 2 days a partnership. I want us to focus on what we are going to do. We know what the problem is. We live the problem. But let's come out with an agenda of what the plan is going to be and what we can do together so that we can start to make a meaningful change. And today's meeting with the Congress was really, with members of the Black Caucus, was really an opportunity for us to put our concerns forward. And I want to thank the organizers of this conference for providing us with that opportunity. And I look forward to being with you over the next 48 hours. Thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you very much. The panel has graciously agreed to accept 3 questions before we change over into the follow-up program. So if there are any questions, could you make them brief? Yes. Is there a microphone?
Thank you so much for your comments and for your reports. I believe this may be directed at Mr. Norton. Given, or maybe anyone can answer it, doesn't matter. So, given the fact that what's happened to David Travis is so horrendous, and I believe someone mentioned that guys should be paid in the airport and really standing up to government or to basically protest what occurred. Why do you think Guyanese are not doing that?
There are a number of reasons why Guyanese aren't standing up. If you assume standing up is just coming to the Guyanese, well, I can't do much of this. This is the maximum I think it has. One, a lot of Guyanese are cognizant of the fact that in recent times, the APNU would put a number of numbers across. The intention at the time was to use it to fight crime. But to politicize police forces, become an institution to fight geopolitical outcomes. I think also because it is so glaring that the police is politicized and the amount of trumped up charges against members of parliament at the highest level in the form of some people are concerned. I feel as well that the government has a war chest of money. And in many communities, they are paid agents. We mustn't fool ourselves about that. If you go to Boston, Pleasant, wherever you are going to find paid agents. The other thing is, I argued in the post-Burnham, then to Desmond White, you had protests, and I can tell you, I was one of the persons who led protests. But you had a kind of a breakdown in the political apparatus that is protests. And that is why when I became leader, I said we have to start with bottom up and build back that. So as we get out there, they will be behind you. We have tested a number of times with rallies, etc., and you got some turn. But I do think as we do more work on the ground and the issues emerge, we'll be in a better position to mobilize and motivate people to participate in protests. So I would say essentially, also the government has instilled fear. And there is a high level of installation of fear in public servants, in people in communities. So you are dealing with a totally new dispensation. Having said that, however, I still believe, and I am working with others on a mechanism that will produce some protests. But it wouldn't be the whole day, and it might not be the best thing to see how it will be. But we are seeing evidence in communities that people are prepared to protest, etc. It's a question of how we get it widespread.
Okay, next question.
So I want to break it down to a very, very basic level. Towards the end of 2020, there was a very fairly large protest outside the Square of the Revolution where the teachers were protesting the fact that they'd not been given any increase in their basic salaries for a very long time. And I went down there, and when I saw the range of teachers there, I was really touched and quite excited. Teachers of every age, every color, every race, every time of year. Not just saying, you have forgotten us. When are we going to get something? And I'm happy happened to be standing right next to a fairly young Indo-Guyanese teacher. And I'm being very blunt and honest in telling you this story. And about 5 minutes after we were standing there, 6 officers of the Guyana Police Force, dressed in cream uniforms, stepped up. And they literally, 2 of them had a phone in their hands. And if we were standing in the front row, they were where I am right now. And they came up to everybody and walked along, recording every face, every person. And the lady standing next to me in panic turned around and put her back. And as we moved along, she said to me, I am a single parent. This teaching is how I feed my children. I can't lose this job. And if we're under an illusion that there is an action following occasions like that, you know, because even the number 2 person or the number 1 real president in his press conference would be ranting and raving as who was where doing what. And in every normal society, like the society you live in, personal views, who you want to support, which protest you want to go to. So that is a real story. Multiply that all the time. You're going to understand why people do not have the luxury of going forward, standing up on a picket line. Because it has real repercussions every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
I should have been the nurses protesting. Many of them didn't get the opportunity to return to work. They fired them, they did all kinds of things. So it is something that one has to consider, but I put it under the category of instilling fear.
Thank you so much. I think there's a second question from Colin.
Yes, hello, everybody.
And after you, we'll have Dr. Vincent Adams, and then we'll move on to the next panel.
Sure, so my question.
Go ahead, please.
So, everybody, my name is Colin Haynes. Welcome, everybody. Happy to be in DC. See a lot of familiar faces. So, we're gonna take a little walk down memory lane. Going back to the Jaguar presidency, there was a dossier, and I'm sure members of the opposition will remember that Honorable Cat Hughes that was prepared that showed all the people that died, all of these young boys died all over the country. So there's been history here, right? The history of people dying. Then during the campaign time, we had Cromwell. Remember him? Right, Cromwell, right? He was in front of the opposition, the government's the Attorney General. Nonetheless, right. Then you had so many other people that fell ill and died. My question is pretty simple. How long is this going to continue? You know, I hear from time to time, I'm writing articles now, and I have friends and family who are telling me, you know, Colin, you got to be careful and so forth. But there is a price to pay for everything. I think this conference, we have to get to that point that there's a price to pay. And we have to stand up and make it count. Because I went to South Africa early this year. Nelson Mandela paid the ultimate price, 28 years in prison. He lied on the floor. There was no carpet. You know, sadly, MLK got a bullet in his head. You know, many other people. So how long is this going to continue? And I hope that from this conference, not only, guys, we're going to talk about the issues, but we have to form an action plan, right? Even within ourselves. I'm a Lindenor, I'm a revolutionary too, right? The deputy here, I see him, one of my friends I went to school with. So yeah, we have to get revolutionary, because sitting down is not gonna cut it. So let's get to work, guys.
So Colin, that seemed more like a statement than a question, but
No, I'm actually asking the question, how long and what do we have to do? What is the action plan? What do we have to do to now translate from talking to action?
Okay.
Because it matters.
Let me see, who wants to take two?
There are 2 elements at any time in a protest. And let me tell you, based on experience. First is consciousness. People have got to be conscious and understand that this is the only option. And I think we are still in the process of raising consciousness. The second condition that is critical is what they call the objective conditions. Things like poverty, the violence by the police, etc. I think a lot of the objective conditions exist. We have to do more work on consciousness, and we have to do more work on putting units in communities to help us to, when you're ready to make whatever wave you're going to make, you can make that wave. But I keep warning that you're living in a time, and sometimes it's difficult to trust anyone to even say, this is what we will do. A lot of people don't like it when I say it, but a lot of the successes I think we would achieve is when very few people do.
Thank you. So let's move on to,
Quickly, just, hold on. I just want to respond. Colin, I'm not going to use any diplomacy. One of the reasons why we have this conference is because CGID firmly believes that there must be justice for those people who were murdered by Bar Jagdew's regime. Must be justice. For the life of me, I cannot imagine over 1,400 Black people were murdered, a genocide, and the country moves on. And Bar Jagdew could boast at Roger Lunchan's funeral that is an achievement. That genocide is an achievement of Roger Lunchan. It's an achievement of Bar Jagdew. And he must pay for it. One of the things this conference will do is ask the Congress to sanction Bar Jagdew. And as I take my seat, I went to give a talk at a church, and a young woman whose brother was murdered by the death squad was in the audience. And you know, she asked me, there's been no justice for her brother and the 1,400 others who were murdered. Would it be justice if they campaign now, wage a campaign of vengeance against Bar Jagdew and his people? I leave Guyana to ponder that. Right? Would it be justice if there's an uprising and people target Bar Jagdew's people just like that? Let the country ponder on that. We must have justice for those Black people that were murdered. I refuse to accept that these people can kill Black people and get away with it.
So with that said, can we move on to your question and then?
Yeah, it's not really a question. All right. It's a comment to just add to what Kathy and the leader said about protest. It is real. Trust me, it is real. And that is why we have to emphasize the importance of the diaspora. They cannot touch the diaspora. And that is why we have got to do our part to make up for what the local folks cannot do. Now, the second part, Kathy left out a little bit of detail, but it's very important with the National Resource Fund. Remember again, the coalition had 22 people, which covered the entire spectrum from the lowest level of the demographics in Guyana to the highest level, covered the entire spectrum. They decided to cut it to 5. They made an agreement with the opposition for the opposition to have 2 members of that. As the leader would tell you, the 2 members, I was one of the persons that was submitted. They come up with all kinds and say, well, he doesn't have finance. When it was presented, well, the guy doesn't manage budget bigger than Guyana's budget. They say, well, he's not a lawyer. They say, well, how about Christopher Ram? He's a lawyer. They come with all kinds of bullcock stuff. Then I think even Elson's name was mentioned. And our folks walked out to the meeting. They really didn't care if that's probably what they were. So right now, the opposition does not have anybody in that fight. So that's the way that they're operating in the open, without any shame or you know or accountability. So we have an NRF right now that is deciding how we spend the money that is coming out from the oil that the opposition has no representation on. And it doesn't bother them one. So I just wanted to add that little piece of detail there.
Well, we'll take one more question, then we need to move on to the next panel. There's a gentleman back there and
I have a question for Rick Ford. While I quite agree that there ought to be justice, I'm wondering if sanction of Jack Deal would be adequate justice. Now, if you're talking about conducting an investigation on the 1,400 that were killed, how do you propose to proceed in that investigation when all the records would have been smeared, don't exist anymore? How do you plan to get to justice?
I'm not the DPP, but people are still around with knowledge of this. What we want is the international community to come together. The US government mobilizes the international community for Ukraine, they just sanctioned the former vice president of, they just sanctioned the former vice president of Panama for corruption and the same kinds of things. Not because Bar Jagdeo has access to oil money and he could hire a lobbyist for $300,000 to defeat a conference that he must get away with, allegedly mobilizing a death squad that killed over 1,400 people. The United States has to be consistent. The United States has to be consistent. So the United States, and we hope this new ambassador will take this matter up, we will pressure the hell out of the State Department. There must be an investigation, an international investigation of these people that were killed. If any one of us, and Mr. Houston has a son that was murdered by the death squad, killed. What do we tell him? What do we tell the mothers? That they just get killed? And the, what, 10 years, 15 years pass? No explanation? And then the miscreant of a man can go and boast in a memorial that the police, we couldn't trust the police and law enforcement leaders, so we had to take action and kill criminals. They're calling the people criminals, just like they're calling me a criminal. The pretext is that that's before they murder you. And even if these people committed crimes, the Constitution has a prescribed process for how criminals are treated. You charge them, you try them, you prosecute them, you try them, judge and jury make a decision. Not the PPP, not a racist with a prejudice against Black people, murdered all of those people, and then could pronounce that, oh, they were criminals, so we killed them. And the society accepts that. We have to change the paradigm. So what I don't know what is the solution to the investigation. I don't know what evidence there is. But I know that the Bush administration condemned the Bar Jagdeo's government for that. The Bush administration went to court in the Southern District of New York and provided evidence in court, evidence that was totally irrelevant to the trial of Roger Khan, that exposed what the death squad was doing. The Justice Department has evidence that Bar Jagdeo's government was involved in the systematic murder of Black people, young Black men who they thought was organizing a resistance to the government. And there must be justice. He could sit down and perch himself and squat in the vice presidency unlawfully and talk all he wants. There must be justice. So my charge and challenge to civil society, the opposition, and the government, start organizing for some sort of inquiry. Because we in the diaspora will lead a hell of a campaign to make Bar Jagdeo face justice. We want justice for those people who were murdered.
While I agree that there is need for the justice we're talking about, in a recent press conference, I did talk about restitutive justice. It is one thing to say, I agree with Rick for that there should be, but I would like to see the people of Moko get back their land. That is restitutive justice. So I'm saying, apart from pursuing the punishment, etc., we have to have a system to ensure all those people, those public servants, etc., who are deprived, benefit from some form of restitutive justice.
Well, thank you very much. With that, can I have a big hand for the panel? I'd like to welcome the Honorable Roysdale Ford, Senior Counsel, Honorable Ganesh Maipal, Ms. Olive Cannons Sampson, the Honorable Dawn Hastings Williams, and Dr. David Hines to the podium, please. Before we start the presentation, the short video is going to be played. There's a loud murmur in the room. If I may beg your indulgence, can you just keep it down, please, so we can listen to the video?
Sa commander is nag-interesting.
Okay, let's start. We'll start.
All right, this afternoon's panel, the topic is discrimination, injustice, and economic and social prejudices that violate the Guyana Constitution. We're gonna use the very same format where we'll get a 4 or 5 minute presentation from each of the panelists, and then we'll entertain questions at the end. I believe, Dr. Hines, you were gonna go first? Yes, we're going to hear from Dr. David Hines first, and then we'll follow up with our panelists.
Good afternoon, members of Parliament and organizers of the conference, and those of you who've come from far and near, my fellow panelists. I think my task in my 5 minutes is to say some very frank things that only people like myself could say. I want to begin by saying that Guyana is a changed place. Let's stop denying Guyana is not the Guyana we left 20 years ago, 15 years ago, or even 10 years ago. When it was announced that we found oil, that's it. That's it. Everything is before that and after that. And whatever we think about, whether we think about protest, whether we think about revolution, whether we think about change, whether we think about organizing, they have to be done against the backdrop of that fact. And no country has moved from a poor country, the second poorest country in the hemisphere, the fastest growing economy in the world. Things remain the same. So that's, I think we have to begin there. The second thing, and this is something that flowed from that first fact, is that exercise that we had in 2020, in March 2020, was more than an election. It was the reordering of by powerful global forces in conjunction with national actors. Guyana is sitting next to Venezuela, which has the largest oil reserves in the world. I said it on my program the other day. Guyana has got one of the largest finds in recent times. Oil determines what happens in the world. We are living in the most important neighborhood in the world. The largest oil reserve and the largest oil find in recent times. Just orient our minds to that. What it means, therefore, who governs in Guyana is not determined only by Guyanese. Guyanese are perhaps the conduit to determining who governs. And in 2020, a convergence of forces hastily put together determined who governs. Don't quote me, quote the United States Department that said the 2020 elections were disputed and the government was installed. People say it as if the PNC came up with those terms, or the APN. You know, it was the US State Department, 1 year after the government was installed, that said it was a disputed election and the government was installed, not elected. The Americans said that. It was one of the few elections at any time in modern history where a powerful global force sanctioned one of the actors before the results were announced. You all bear that in mind. You don't happen, you sanction people after the election finish, you say, well, you rigged, I'm going to sanction you. Here is at the top level, the third in command in the most powerful country in the world, the third in command, sanctioning in the name of the most powerful country in the world, one actor in a context of two actors. It means, therefore, that the outcome of the election was determined by powerful forces. When you bear that in mind, all the talk that we are talking here ought to change. Ought to change. I have studied countries where regime change happened. And what happens after that is the government that comes into power is given a blank check. A blank check. Everything else closes down. A blank check. That's what the PPP has in there. And that's what my colleagues have been trying in their own way, their own diplomatic way to say. As I said, I have the burden of saying it undiplomatically. The PPP has got the blank check. And when you give a state with a history of authoritarianism, and with that amount of resources that can be used, mentioned, when you give that state a blank check, you are playing with murder. And that's what's happening in Guyana today. I say that to say that at my age, I can call myself a recovering revolutionary. So I know something about making revolution. You're not making no revolution there. Or you're not making it the old way. You have to make revolution the new way. And I can tell you as someone who wakes up every day. My first job, not my second job. My second job pays me and feeds me and houses me. But my first job is to work for that revolution in a new way. Sisters and brothers, we've been doing that. These comrades can tell you, as you walk around Guyana today, it's not the same place it was 3 years ago. People have a level of consciousness. Because what you see, the level of authoritarianism in itself breeds consciousness. And it throws up new ways of protesting. All y'all here, everybody tell me, Dr. I don't miss one of your show. And the reason you're doing that is that we have reoriented our way of fighting. And we have first, I think it's Aubrey said it, no, consciousness. No revolution happens if you don't fight for the minds of the people. And we have to begin that all over again 3 years ago. So you all cool it a little bit on the Guyanese people. They're dealing with circumstances which we have to begin to orient ourselves to understanding. Now, what does a blank check mean? And I take 2 extra minutes. Blank check means that the winner-take-all system, which depended on an understanding that the opposition will play a role. That's what make winner-take-all work. Because you win and you take all, but you have an unwritten pact, an unwritten understanding that the opposition has a role to play here. And that if the opposition doesn't play a role, you are not likely to hold on to your power either the next election or by people coming onto the streets. That system is broken down. It has broken down. This government has taken over every inch of political space. Every single inch of political space. None is left in the formal system for the opposition. When you put that together with a political party that has always believed in domination, a political party that always believed in domination, and that comes from deep within the thinking of the PPP. Some people blame it on communism. Some people blame it on a deep understanding of what Mr. Nandela called good over evil. In the 2020 election, not me, Mr. Nandela said this is a struggle of good over evil. The PPP is good and the rest of us are evil. The rest of us, in their estimation, cannot exist in a state of freedom. And so therefore, we cannot govern. But if we cannot govern, it means it is the manifest destiny of the PPP to govern. So they come to government with that mindset. And now they give them a blank check to put it into practice. Next, give me 1 more minute. Next, in ethnic societies, some groups wait for the opportune moment to use the state as a means of exacting revenge. Note the narrative of the PPP. We were rigged for 28 long years. We were denied what is ours. Aha, now we have a blank check. We are going to exact revenge. You put all of that together and you see what is playing out in Guyana. It means, therefore, we have to move differently. You see, David Patterson was not let out of Guyana, just as his great-great-great-great-grandparent was not let out of the plantation. You have to seek permission. You all draw the narratives. You see, we have to understand the gravity of the situation that we are dealing with. And then once we understand that, then it's able, I'm telling you all, the people in Guyana understand it because they live it every single day. And I am not an elected official, never been. And when I walk, they come in my ears, they pull me aside, and they whisper, thanks for opening up our eyes. Now that we see the light, let us stand up for our rights. But see the light first. That is extremely important. We've got to see the light. And this conference must contribute to that seeing of the light. If we get in front of the revolution, there will be no revolution. We have to contribute towards opening up the way. Somebody said it. I think Dr. Adams said it, that we out here, we have a pivotal role to play. Check all the great upheavals in modern history. The diaspora played an important part. Whatever, whether it's the Cuban Revolution or the Haitian Revolution or whatever revolution, right? Those who were not at the center played an important role. These weren't the remarks I intended to make, but I felt I had to make them so as to let us frame our discourse as we go forward in these 2 days in that way, understanding that we're no longer little Guyana. We are no longer this little country that people just know for Jonestown. Jonestown is now gone. The world is knowing us now for something else. And we got to begin knowing ourselves that way and orienting our minds that way. And I'm sure that if we do that, those people in Guyana who fought battles from the Middle Passage coming right through, they will be ready to fight the battle with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hines. It's always important to have the appropriate framing when you deal with such complex issues. On a point of attribution, I think it was Leader Norton, Aubrey Norton, who mentioned the importance of consciousness before you come to. So I want to make sure we attribute that to him. Now, next on the panel, we'll have Olive Sampson. She will speak, and then we'll move on to the next person after that. Oh, I was just informed that the Guyana Police Force has issued an apology to the Honorable David Patterson. Now, some people think that may not be enough, but yeah. All right, order, please. Just 1 point from Aubrey Norton, and then we'll move on to Olive Sampson.
I think we need to be very, very careful. When we clap, we think we would have achieved, but they have achieved their objective. They stopped him from coming. They use Hicken, then send the apology. You shouldn't be clapping. You should be condemning them and telling, confirming that Hickey is a puppet to the people.
Well, thank you for that. I can't speak for his itinerary, but I'm inviting all the citizens to the podium.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to address this very important conference at a time when so much is at stake for people of African descent. I am Olive Sampson. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the International Decade for People of African Descent Assembly Guyana, an organization of 67 African Guyanese community organizations in regions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10 across Guyana. I have today a couple of things that I'd like to say. First, I would like to read a petition that was moved by our annual general meeting on Sunday, the 24th of September, last Sunday, at Critchlow Labor College, relating to this conference. And I'd like to take the opportunity to convey the message of the petition. So forgive me as I read this to you, because I think it's important for you to hear what our community members said, leaders across Guyana. It says, petition in support of the Washington Diaspora Conference. Whereas the government of Guyana is in denial with regard to the state of African Guyanese, as exemplified by its actions towards Guyanese of African descent, and its written submission to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in response to reports submitted by the People of African Descent organization in Guyana. And whereas that denial has resulted in Government of Guyana's suspension of government funding to IPADG, among other similar acts, in contravention of its commitment as signatory to the resolution which declared the decade for people of African descent. And whereas any attempt by African Guyanese to assert the state of African Guyanese is greeted with hostility and repression by the current government, witness the withdrawal of permission for African Guyanese to assemble at a state-owned facility, the Guyana Industrial Training Center, in February of 2023 to discuss land rights issues affecting people of African descent. And whereas the government of Guyana, in contravention of Article 71 of the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, has openly refused to engage local democratic institutions which are elected by and representative mainly of people of African descent, and in contravention of Article 13 of the said Constitution, has refused to engage organizations that represent the interests of people of African descent, namely IPADG, among others, and has sought to sponsor self-serving organizations or mobilize groups to assuage the claims of discrimination without addressing the numerous structural and institutional inequalities. And whereas the government has embarked on an international campaign to misrepresent the treatment of African Guyanese and to make statements of recognition of the struggle of African descendant people for emancipation, as if such statements are reflective of the Guyana government's positive policies related to the Guyanese community of African descent. And whereas the government has no new policy and programs in response to the United Nations Program of Activities for the decade, and has not submitted any report to the UN in relation to progress of actions to ensure African Guyanese are on an equal footing with other groups. And whereas the Guyanese in the diaspora have become aware of the state of African Guyanese through reports in the media, community-based organizations, Afrocentric institutions, including IPADG, and whereas they have sought to make representation on behalf of the Guyanese of African descent in domestic and international fora, and whereas Guyanese in the diaspora have organized a diaspora conference to highlight this state of affairs to the global community, and in particular officials in the United States of America, be it resolved
that the membership of the 67-strong Organization of Organizations, ICADG, and allied individuals and organizations assembled on Sunday, September the 24th, 2023 at the Critchlow Labor College, Georgetown, hereby pledge our unswerving support to the organizers of the Diaspora Conference to be held in Washington, D.C., which augments the ongoing struggle of the Guyanese of African descent for recognition, justice, and development, and the cessation of the repressive actions against Guyanese of African descent by the current regime. That is the petition and that the IPADG and its member organizations wanted to bring before you. I would like to follow up on that petition and on some of the remarks that have been made here today to speak to the topic of this specific panel, which is discrimination, injustice, and economic and social prejudices that violate the Guyana Constitution. Those acts of discrimination, injustice, economic and social prejudice, called marginalization, are of course in contravention of the United Nations human rights, of the human rights that are agreed to by all nations of the world. The IPADG comes under the United Nations. We came out of the mandate to create the Decade for People of African Descent. And so we, in our work, look at what are the goals of the UN Decade: recognition, justice, and development. We focus on all that was decided by governments at the Durban Declaration, which focused on eliminating racial discrimination, xenophobia, etc. around the world. And because of our mandate, because of the nature of our work, we have been reporting to the United Nations very, very stridently on what is happening to the African Guyanese community. Our last report that went to the United Nations working group of experts on people of African descent occasioned a request for a meeting by that group. We met with the chair of the working group of experts and submitted a special communication on what is happening to African Guyanese. We spoke about economic marginalization, and we're able to present Nigel Hughes' very, very potent report on what is happening with contracting. We had Paul Slow address that group and spoke to what is happening with the police. GHK Lal, as a commentator, also made representation to that group. So did Trevor Ben on questions of land. So we have been very active in making sure that the discrimination that is affecting our people is reported at the levels that we can. We have also made similar representations on Capitol Hill and to the Department of State, which now has a special representative for racial justice and equality. I say all of that to say that there's a lot of work to be done, and that we must keep raising our voices in response to our very, very clear-cut factual report to the United Nations. The government of Guyana has responded with a 101-page report that never really addresses the specifics of our report. The specific examples that we have given of land being taken away from our people, of people like Orrin Boston being shot in his bed, the treatment of Shauna Ballers, the police officer who was spat upon. Those things they never responded to, but instead went off and focused on issues that are quite irrelevant to these issues. So I think that they are fully aware that they have no leg to stand on, that their discrimination is transparent. I think that we need to keep working in conferences like this, but taking the message constantly forward and to larger and larger groups of people. I want to say before I go that our culture as Guyanese has been shaped by the contributions of all of the races that came to Guyana. But one of the things that we are observing is the erasure of the history of people of African descent. That erasure is critical. We have got to stop it, because to the degree that our young people are unaware, for example, that we arrived in Guyana somewhere between 1621 and 1627. When a young person can say to me that we were only in Guyana about 50 years before indentured laborers came, or 2 weeks in another instance, then where is our claim? So this claim for reparations has to go side by side with an education of our people so that we are clear about the purchase of land, the purchase of plantations that are now villages on which we live, etc. The loss of land to a railway system that went all the way up to Rossignol, all the way along that railway line. Land was taken from people of African descent for which they were never compensated. Those are the stories. There are so many. There's so much of our history that is being lost. And I encourage you to create fora where people who know our history can be there to share it here in the diaspora and encourage that similarly in the affinity villages, because each of us came from some village. Somewhere along the line, we came from a village, right? We came from a plantation that became a village. Let's be fair. So let us be sure that in all of this work, that the history that makes us who we are, that the history that stakes our claim to being in Guyana and to the equity that we should enjoy, that we have the history and the knowledge to support it. Thank you.
Honorable Canon Samson, ID Protege representative. Next on our list would be Ms. Dawn Hastings Williams, MP.
Thank you, sessional person. Good afternoon, everyone. Arbenai Nyarumang. How are you? It's a pleasure to be here in Akawaii. Guyana becomes more interesting when one becomes more interested in it. It is a wonderful place with amazing people and a stunning diversity of life. And when one thinks about it, how could one not become motivated, interested, and enthusiastic to stand up against discrimination, injustice, economic and social prejudices that violate the Guyana Constitution? The indigenous peoples of Guyana is made up of 9 nations who make approximately 12% of the population. I belong to the nation of Akawaii, proudly indigenous woman, a proud indigenous leader fighting for the indigenous rights in Guyana, indigenous people's rights in Guyana. I must say to you, I said Guyana is filled with wonderful people and different diversity. That's the indigenous people, the Africans, the East Indians, the Portuguese, the Chinese. We all are living together in one beautiful country. As our national motto states, one people, one nation, one destiny. And I think God has blessed Guyana with that. It's a blessing that we must acknowledge and that we must cherish as Guyanese, whether you live in Guyana or in the diaspora. And so today I want to say a little more added to what my colleague said about what is happening in Guyana as it relates to the indigenous people, the plight that the indigenous people are facing today. Presently, it seems to be, or it appears, that the rule of law is selectively applied, especially to those who are not in the supportive of the government. For instance, there is a typical example. There's one example when a senior government minister was allegedly reported to have raped a young, aspiring indigenous young woman. You may have seen you on the protesting line along with Ms. Simona Brooms and others. And we want to thank the Guyanese who came out on that protesting line to join us to stand up and fight against discrimination and injustice. And that happens throughout Guyana from regions 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And you know, allowing the senior person to get away and not being punished as anybody else who would have done wrong against the law. You know, that in itself, where is the justice for that young indigenous woman? Where was the justice? So, in my view, and in the view of all other Guyanese, he should have been allowed to go to the due process of going to court. He could not have been found guilty until he was tried, but that did not happen. And that seems now to be the new way of how things are being handled in Guyana, and which we condemn and which we know and we feel is not the right way. The indigenous people are the first people. But let me tell you, even though they're the first people, they are not being treated as the first people. They're being treated like the minority. Today, the resources that comes from the oil and gas and other natural resources, there is a big gap of social and economic development between the coastland and the hinterland. And the indigenous peoples, the majority of the indigenous peoples live in the hinterland. And so you will know what is happening at the moment. It is not being trickled down to them, even though they are seen as the guardians of the forests. You know, while growing up, when I was attending school in the city of Georgetown, we were called the children of the forest, or the daughter of the forest. You know, when I go and walk on the street, they say, hey, look, the little daughter of the forest. We are still the guardians of the forest, but our rights as the protectors and the guardians are not being respected at this present time. For example, all the survival of the indigenous people depends on the resolution found to the problems that they're experiencing presently on their land, the tenure of their lands. I will refer to one example of the Chinese landing incident. There is an indigenous village called the Chinese landing, who at this time have been driven from their ancestral lands. They see that as their ancestral lands. But because the government granted the license for a company to mine in this community, they're being harassed. They're not allowed to do their cultural fishing, their way of life, which is going on hunting and fishing. And we must be educated that the Constitution of Guyana allows the indigenous people to do artisan mining, which is a small scale mining. But because of this incident, they too now have been prevented from doing that, even though it is legal in the Constitution of Guyana. There is a need for the revision of the Amerindian Act, which at this time, there is a clamoring by the indigenous people for the revision of this act. This act is the one that rules, you know, the life, the way of life out there. But it is found to be weak because of the same Chinese landing matter, which was taken to courts, which went all the way to CCJ. And it was ruled in favor of the miner against the wish of the indigenous people. And so it is not only the Blacks or the Africans, the Indo-Guyanese, but now they're coming to the indigenous peoples of our country. So I am very happy and I am pleased that I have been invited to come to talk a little about the plight that the indigenous persons are having at presently. And I'm asking that the recommendations that we are making on behalf of our indigenous people as it pertains to their land tenure, as it pertains to equal social and economic development, we're asking the GCID and the Caucus of Black Congress to, to take these matters, and we're asking for your support so that our indigenous people of Guyana can also feel that they are a part of Guyana and that they are entitled to receive every resources that comes, whether it's from gold, diamond, timber, oil and gas, and now you have the carbon credit, of which the indigenous people are grateful. But we prefer, the indigenous people prefer the government of the day to follow the ethic, which is free, prior, and informed consent. What is happening today? The government of the day is bypassing the legal leadership, which is called the Two Shows Council, the National or the Village Council, of which the Two Show is the head of a village. The National Two Shows Council was reconvened not too long ago. And you know what? Few of the Two Shows were called to Georgetown just before the National Two Shows Council conference began. And they were told, allegedly, they were told that this meeting must not be a meeting of complaints, but it must be a meeting of compliment, telling the people so much the PP government has done for the indigenous people. That in itself is an insult to the intelligence of the indigenous peoples of Guyana. And to close it, I also want to mention the horrific incident of the Madhya Downs fire. It is the responsibility of the government of the day to ensure that when parents allow their children to leave their comfortable homes to attend or to gain a secondary education and are placed in a dormitory, it must be a home away from home. There must be adequate dormitory parents to ensure, just like how there is a teacher to pupil ratio, there should be a dorm parent to children ratio. That is not happening in Guyana at this present time. So I want to ask of you for your support in the diaspora to ensure that wherever our indigenous children are placed, whether it's in a dormitory, it must be a safe place. And again, I said, it is the duty and mandate of the government of the day to ensure that these children are educated in a place that is safe away from home. I thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next up, we'll have Mr. Ganesh Maipal, MP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sessional Chair. And he just whispered to me that because of my handsomeness, I have 35 minutes. But I must say to you that the 6 presenters before me used 30 of those minutes. So in my 5 minutes, I would like to start by reading what Article 147 of our Constitution states. And I quote, "Except with his or her own consent, no person shall be hindered in the enjoyment of his freedom of assembly and association. That is to say, his right to assemble freely and associate with other persons, and in particular, to form or belong to political parties, or to form or belong to trade unions or other associations for the protection of his or her interests. And as an Indo-Guyanese, proud Hindu, I have associated myself with the People's National Congress Reform. And I do so proudly. And I want everyone here to know that there are many Indo-Guyanese who have an interest in the People's National Congress Reform. But because the People's Progressive Party seems to believe that East Indian Guyanese belong to them, and they operate in a manner where they discriminate once you are not with them, we also feel the brunt of their disrespect and their behavior towards people who don't support them. So as much as openly the People's National Congress Reform has a base of Black Guyanese, I say to you here proudly that we also have Indo-Guyanese on our side. And my sister, Dawn Hastings Williams, was clear to let you know that we also have indigenous people on our side. The point to note is that the pressure we feel is not easy. Sometimes we even lose family members and friends. I had the privilege of being in Canada, and from Canada I came over here. And it hurt me to know that some people whom I have associated myself with for years growing up as a child was willing to meet with me, was willing to engage with me, was willing to take me to dinner, but they were not willing for me to put their picture on social media because they fear being targeted by their very own community in Canada. And the same is in here in America too. I know from experience coming to America that friends whom I have in the Richmond Hill area don't want to be seen with me because they fear their very own neighbors that are associated with the PPP. But I will continue to fight this good fight because I do not belong to the People's Progressive Party, and I have a right to choose which political party I want to associate myself with. That is what my constitution in my country assured me. I have said umpteen times, I am not in politics to be loved by everyone. In fact, I don't want to be loved by no one, but I want to continue to serve everyone, regardless of your race and regardless of your affiliation. I'm bothered by the David Patterson saga. And I want to know, how is it that he even reached on a no-fly list in the first place? I know that there are people like Bharat Jagdeo who was arrested. Was he placed on a no-fly list? I know Irfan Ali had 19 fraud charges to his name. Was he placed on a no-fly list? I know of Anil Nandalal and the allegations surrounding the law book. Was he placed on a no-fly list? I know of Ashdi Singh. Was he placed on a no-fly list? Look at Dharam Lal. Was he placed on a no-fly list? Look at Dharam Kumar Siraj. Was he placed on a no-fly list? Look at all the others in the People's Progressive Party that committed and are alleged to have committed more heinous crimes than what they want to associate David Patterson with. And the question is, were they placed on a no-fly list? Perhaps the best apology that Hickins can give us is his resignation. That is perhaps the best apology he can give the Guyanese people at this point in time. Because that sloppy excuse, we will not be simple in thinking that that is what they wanted to do. I want to say to you that when you look at the way the tender board operates, and when you look at the regional tender boards, how they were formed, you are forced to conclude that this administration is a colorful book with no proper pages for us to read. The point to note is that the regions in which the APNU-AFC won, the composition of those tender boards were done by the regional executive officers whom the PPP installed. So regions 4, 7, and 10, they did not follow what is outlined in the Procurement Act of 2003, and that is that the administration, which is governed by a regional democratic council, should nominate their 2 people. So all those councillors that we have in region 4, 7, and 10, they are supposed to sit at their meeting and they're supposed to nominate 2 people that they believe are fit and proper to sit on the regional tender boards. Instead, the REOs who were installed by the PPP submitted 2 names to the National Tender Board and they were appointed. But when you examine how it happened in regions 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, they went to the board, they went to the Regional Democratic Council. They had a Regional Democratic Council meeting. They nominated their 2 people. They adopted the minutes. They verified the minutes, and those names were accepted. I am proud to say to you that for the 5 years I have been in the government with the APNU-AFC, we did not discriminate communities. We did not sideline communities from development. I can say proudly there are many communities that I know voted outright for the People's Progressive Party and have done so all my life. But under the APNU-AFC, they understood what is asphaltic concrete roads. They didn't get it for 23 years from the PPP. Wakenham and Legwan are living examples. They knew what were reinforced concrete bridges, better infrastructure, improvement in the hospitals, school system, a more conducive environment. We left a good record. We left a good record. We did not have oil resource. Had we had oil resource, oh my. But I want to say to you that the People's Progressive Party is utilizing the oil resource that we have now for their friends, families, and favorites. And once you can sing their tune and dance to their music, whether it's out of time or in time, you can guarantee yourself a big contract. And we know of people, Sherrod normally say boredness, $980-something million in a contract. And I am hearing also that a minister, an ex-minister, is also the recipient of a big contract. I'm still gathering that information. But comrades, as you deliberate here, and as you move forward in your deliberation, bear in mind that there are several Indo-Guyanese, Amerindian Guyanese, and a huge number of Afro-Guyanese that are suffering at the hands of the People's Progressive Party. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson and Ms. Maripol. We're going to wrap up this afternoon's session with a final presentation from the Honorable Roy Ford, the Shadow Attorney General. I'm going to have him come to the podium. I don't believe we'll have time for questions after. We may be able to, maybe one or two questions after he's done, but I think the word is that we have to get out of here. But before you leave, I just want Rickford and Ms. Tappan will give you instructions as to how tomorrow will proceed, because I think we're moving to another location. So, yeah. All right, so Senior Counsel Ford.
Good afternoon, Sessional Chair. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, fellow members of Parliament. I believe that we are gathered here for a very significant and important purpose, which is to assess the state of our country. But I believe that the presentations made by the fellow panelists so far would have positioned much of what I wanted to say and actually limited what I wanted to say, but yet still provide a pathway forward, which I believe, I hope I could offer to all of us here this afternoon. I believe Professor David Hines' positioning of the context of where we are today requires us to establish a new way and a new way of framing the challenges that we face in Guyana and even you in the diaspora. I believe for too long we have allowed ourselves to be positioned by the People's Progressive Party as the party that is only representative of African Guyanese interests. I believe for too long we have allowed them to allow ourselves to be put in that category. Today, when we attended the meetings of the Congressional Black Caucus and the congressional leadership, it was very clear that they saw us as national leaders and as leaders of representing all the people of Guyana, and that we had a responsibility to represent all the people of Guyana. There's no doubt that the track record of the PPP over the years, and especially since March 20, when 2020, when there's the elections and the assumption of office in August of that year, that we can say without any fear of contradiction that the People's Progressive Party is vulgar, is racist, is oppressive and authoritarian. And we have said over the years that the PPP engages in a policy of marginalization. But I believe since the coming to power, we all would have seen an accelerated behavior of the PPP, an acceleration in terms of their breaches of the Constitution, an acceleration in the acts of oppression in the country, the depravity of the acts, the bulldozing of homes. And I believe it points more towards a new word that we should attribute to them, and that is the concept of displacement. I believe that the PPP is on a new pathway to displace much of the Guyanese citizens out of the economic opportunities that the progress lies before us. Reason why it is displacement, because the government has pointed out that they intend to introduce thousands of foreign workers into Guyana. Thousands of foreign workers into Guyana. And we must understand that we are at a different economic stage, and we are also consequently at a different social stage in our development. We're no longer fighting over 5 coins. We're now a country that possesses millions and billions of dollars. And the PPP understands this. And they understand that we are entitled to an equal share. But they understand at the same time, acting in accordance with the Constitution, acting in accordance with the principles of fairness, and equity, and equality, will see the rise and empowerment of a number of people that they don't want to be empowered. This is the fundamental issue that we are gathered here today, to discuss inclusivity with a government that rejects inclusivity. They're not going to come to give it to us, but at the same time, they're prepared, my brothers and sisters, this afternoon. They're prepared to bring persons into the country, to occupy jobs, to occupy lands, to occupy opportunities. And this concept of displacement is the reason why the People's Progressive Party under Barajagli was so alarmed about the organizing of this conference. That is why he was so concerned and sought to insult and denigrate every person who showed an interest in attending and participating in this conference. At the same time, my brothers and sisters, I want us to appreciate that the wily nature of the PPP is of such that they could put Irfan Ali out in public to travel the world and to speak on a very sensitive issue of reparation, a very sensitive and significant issue, a very emotional issue of reparation. We would have seen his statement to the BBC, I believe it was, and many persons said, look how he did well. Unfortunately, my brothers and sisters, I'm not one who could say that he would have done well. Mr. Irfan Ali is the head of a racist, vulgar, oppressive, authoritarian regime who wishes to mask it now with platitudes in relation to African Guyana. This is part of the new plan to displace, to misrepresent, and to mischaracterize what is happening in Guyana. Mr. Irfan Ali calls on the international community. He calls on them to engage in reparations, acts of reparation. But at home, in Guyana, he mistreats African Guyanese. In Guyana, he disregards African Guyanese people of their entitlements, of their historical entitlements. In Guyana, he disregards the indigenous people and their entitlements. And most importantly, for the context of the Guyana and the population that we live in, he even disregards his own supporters. All on the way to establish an oligarchy where the few are wealthy and the multitude are poor. If the PPP was committed, seriously committed to the questions of reparations, they would have recognized that the first authority under the Constitution, the first authority under the Constitution, who's responsible for reparations is the state of Guyana. It is the state of Guyana that the Constitution obliges by Article 149 2D to take all steps, legislative and other measures to ensure that there is a situation of equality and equity in Guyana. It is the same Constitution that Irfan Ali swore to uphold. It is the same Constitution that was put at the last constitutional reform process that included Article 154A of the Constitution, which provided that Guyana was a signatory to every international convention, and especially the convention of the International American Association and the Charter and the Convention, which is attached to Schedule 4 of the Constitution, that places Guyana under an obligation to ensure that there is no acts of discrimination. So we have a constitutional system. We all know about Article 13, 14, and 15 that provides for equality and inclusiveness. We have a constitutional and legal framework for which this government and Irfan Ali was committed to equality, genuinely committed to equality. The acts are necessary for them to start doing. When we measure the talk, it's plenty, it's deep, it's full, it's fantastic. But let's measure the substance. The Constitution of Guyana was created by people who were the successors of people who suffered. The Constitution was not meant to be an arrangement of words on a piece of paper to perpetuate injustices. It has everything inside that is necessary from a legal point of view to establish a proper, functioning, equitable society, except the will which must exist in a government. And we can never find that will in the People's Progressive Party. We have to force them. We have to force them internationally, which we have started today by this trip, and I thank the organizers for it. But we must also start doing it by changing and putting in place the necessary mechanism which will limit their terms of office. We can't go forward in an arrangement where, under the Constitution, the President is required to engage in consultation. The Constitution is built on two fundamental principles: in an inclusionary democracy and consultation. And in every instance where the Constitution requires consultation, Irfan Ali has refused. Every instance, he has refused. We have the situation of the Chancellor and Chief Justice, likely and should be filled by the two distinguished African Guyanese women who are currently acting in those offices. For the last 6 years, they have refused. We have filed a court matter, and the court has ruled. So I just want to repeat it so that we will be on the same page. And this is the ruling of the court at paragraph 43. The court says, for too long, Guyana has been without substantive office holders for the top two positions in the judicial arm of the state, a situation which continues to be untenable and unacceptable to the citizenry and inimical to the independence of the judiciary that the supreme law of the land provides for. Any further delay in commencing this process should be eschewed so that this significant block on Guyana's otherwise impressive judicial and legal landscape should not be perpetuated any further. The court went on to make an order compelling Irfan Ali to engage in consultation, and there should be no protracted or further delay in complying with it. 6 months to the date has expired, and he has done nothing about it. I want to brief for your consideration another important failure in relation to consultation, and I believe it's the most important one and relevant for the purposes for which we've gathered here today. The Constitution, again, Article 212.2, established the Human Rights Commission. This is a very important body, and the way to set it up again is by consultation, and they have refused to engage in consultation. But why is this body so important? It is important because you heard one of my colleagues, a fellow panelists this afternoon, point out that there's a paucity of information and data. And today, we were requested again to provide data of discrimination and marginalization by representatives, which we will do. But I want to show the diabolical nature. I want to show the fact that the government of Guyana, as the PPP, functions not in an accidental manner, but is a pure, conceived, wicked plot. This commission, established under the Constitution, is empowered to engage in studies of marginalization. You hear me? This commission is the commission that is set up under the Constitution to engage in studies, make reports, investigations, make assessments of marginalization, inequalities in the country. So we have a situation in Guyana where a leading businessman publicly stated that he went to a bank to get a loan, and the interest rate that he received was significantly more than comparative Indian businessmen received. There was not a word coming out from anyone in the country. Comparative, they didn't like to talk. The governor of the central bank, the minister of finance, not a word. There are people who are suffering and can't get access to loans. There are people who would go and prepare documentation and leave them, and their ideas are gone off. I know personally as counsel representing people who sought to be registered as auditors. I believe if we have 4 registered or chartered auditors or accountants who are African Guyanese, as a matter of fact, I go brave enough to say non-Indians, we have a lot. These are important professions and offices that show the nature of the structural discrimination and marginalization and ultimate displacement that is taking place in it. So they refuse to establish a human rights commission because it will expose them. But as members of the diaspora, we have to fight together to ensure that these institutions are brought into being. We have to ensure that at the local level in the country, that we stand together to take Guyana forward. There is no room, there's no reason for us to speculate. There's no reason for us to worry whether we are going to be standing on the right side of history. We have seen sufficient over the past years to show that our cause is just. We must remain committed to the people of this country and committed to the people of Guyana. And I thank you very much for gathering this up.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Rick to get to the podium because apparently there will be some changes with respect to where we have the final presentation.
Okay, so we have been given an extension. So because we want to make sure we accommodate all of the people through all the way there to speak. So if you guys would bear with us, we want to accommodate everybody. We want to go according to the program. So we have been given an extension and we will continue to go. We particularly wanted extensions so we could have adequate time for discussion, question and answer, and interaction. Yes, right here, right here. No, you don't have to.
Okay, so what we can do now is perhaps entertain maybe 3 or 4 questions for the panel. I see Abiose, who's still over here, so if you can get on the microphone, please. Before we go, any additional questions? Okay, so as we stand, the only one. Okay, go ahead.
So I'll repeat. I have a question and direct based on the simple premise. If you agree with the proposition, then you can offer it. If not, simple no. Okay. If you recognize that the full nature of the symptoms of the society might be best able to accordingly prescribe a solution, right? So, how would you characterize the situation in Guyana? Firstly, is it an apartheid state? Is it a dictatorship? Is it some other possible political structure or so? Now, Council 4 has hinted a possible response when he alluded to an autocratic or authoritarian. Because I think if you're able to recognize the symptoms of particular illness, it might afford you an opportunity to accurately determine and devise a solution and offer prognosis. I find this is out of the question that if we don't appreciate what is Guyana, our solution would not deal with the underlying problem. So to make it simple, it's Guyana dictatorship, it's Guyana an authoritarian state, it's Guyana a apartheid state, it's Guyana a democratic state. Any answer to those questions would determine how we move forward. I offer you the opportunity. That's my key. Thank you.
Yes. See, Guyana shows sign of all those things. Because It's a democracy in form. You know, it still has a constitution, it still has a parliament, and all of those things. So it's a democracy in form. But it's a new state that is developing. This is my point. That has a little bit of authoritarianism, a little bit of what we call autocracy, a lot of ethnocracy. And it is, I'm glad for that because we are a country in motion and we are a state in motion. And so there is a part, there is authoritarianism, there is old style autocracy. All of this is done with the mass of democracy. And as a political scientist, I can't put a label to it now. Maybe, you know, as it plays itself out, we are going to be able to come up with the point here is that we have a state formation that is utilizing all the forms of dictatorial rulership that we have seen in the past. Now, for me, what is important is what is your response to that? And I think there's some serious questions that I hope this Congress will grapple with. Now, are we going to burn kids? Are we going to, burn the oil fields as the PNC burned the PPP, burn the cane fields? Now we talk about revolution and protest. What that protest will look like? Are we going to burn those oil fields as they burn the cane fields in the past? We're going to grapple with that. Are we going to gamble every 5 years with billions of dollars? And when we lose, we cede all the power to those who, quote unquote, are installed. Are we prepared to play that gamble with this amount of money? I hope we grapple with that. I think those are the central questions that any gathering of Guyanians must grapple with, right? Are we going to knock the table down, destroy the table, and leave us with no table at all? Or are we going to knock the feet of those who are trying to hold on to the table and will knock their feet out and leave the table? And if we're going to do that, how is it going to be done? My plea here to this conference is that we are in a new regime. We have had in the past change of government. Even when we became independent, we did not change of government. We basically exchanged the colonial order for the post-colonial order. And we have gone along with the same regime. That regime has been changed in 2020. No, we didn't spend 5 months because somebody was rigging in 5 months. You don't rig no election. We spent 5 months determining what would happen because there were so many forces at play and they were colliding with each other. And no collision of that nature ends in 2 or 3 months or 2 or 3 weeks. It took 5 months, and unfortunately, I have news to you, it's still going on. It is still going on. So there's some fundamental questions, Brother Dios, that we have to grapple with. You ask what we have. When we said last year in Coffee 250 that we have an emerging apartheid state, what was the response of the government? The Constitution does not say that we have apartheid. Well, that lawyer knows very well. He knows very well but that in political systems, they are what we call de jure by law. In practice, guys always have aspects of apartheid, which is what apartheid is about. We live in our own community. We live apart from each other. All right? We play around with it, but it's there. When we say that it's an apartheid state, what we are saying is that you now have a state, a government that is willing to put into practice what was de facto. It is willing now to make it by law. And we know the PPP don't rule by the rule of law. They rule by circumventing the law. And so they are engaged in apartheid by circumventing the law. And instead, in a sense, we sometimes they say the lawyers say the law is a trap. But the PPP is making the law a trap in front of our very faces. And so this new dispensation means that we have to start thinking in new ways. If this is all champion, then get rid of it and see if it's going to stop. What we call systemic discrimination, institutional discrimination, it has been kind of subdued in our first decades of independence. It's now in full bloom. It's now in full bloom. Systemic racism against African Guyanese. It is more pronounced there, or perhaps more graphic because African Guyanese have a lower voice. But I'm telling you what the sister talked about in the Amerindian communities. That fire would not happen in Brandonville. It wouldn't. There is something about the system of thought and the system of practice and the system of the law that says that Amerindian people are treated in a certain way. If that child that accused that man of violating law, if that child was East Indian or African, he might have gotten off, but he would not have gotten off the same way. He got off that way because she was Amerindian. And all the prejudices against Amerindians were played out. It was no accident. And in fact, that it was Africans who took to the streets in defense of that Amerindian girl. Not East Indians, not because the East Indians felt it was wrong, but because East Indians, as all of us do in our ethnic self, we privilege the party more than the human being. And so part of what we ought to be talking about in this conference is what it is to be human in Ghana. What it is to be human. Because it is cheap. It is so cheap in life. I'm urging this conference to be as serious as we want the people in Ghana to be serious and take to the road. Then we take to the road when the so-called talented 10 figure ourselves up and figure what the priorities are. All right? And this conference must give leadership in terms of mapping that new way. Do we want the oil in the ground or we want the oil up? Do we want to eradicate poverty or not? If we want to eradicate poverty, are we leaving that to the state? Or are we allowing the people to play a part in getting rid of their own poverty? Those are the fundamental issues. I think that are important. My brother, he will say, I'm glad for that question. Because what that question raises is the fundamental question. Are we conscious of what we're different? And if we're conscious of what we're different of, we can raise again. We can raise again. I'm telling you, I am not prepared after 2025 to give 5 years more to the PNC with the PDP with their target, sitting on billions and billions of my foreparents' money. Because a lot of that money are money that were not paid to my foreparents, whose bones are wrapped up in that oil coming out of that ocean. So nobody tell me I'm losing. Because I lose an election at 40 votes or 4,000 votes, you got the right to spend my taxpayer, my foreparents without that. The law and the politics not correct that. And I think we have to face that fact here at this conference. Thank you. And thank you for taking more time.
I will say, my friend, I think the question has a certain unfair character in it because it pits one against the ultimate is dictatorship. You have authoritarianism in which the authority of the state is used to achieve your objective. And so we have seen elements of authoritarianism in that. And then you have totalitarianism, where there is an attempt to ensure total control of your political, economic, and social life. You can see this authoritarian regime moving in the direction of totalitarianism. And then you have the extreme of dictatorship, where you use the authority, you're in total control, and to get that control, you use force in the military, which is what really carries you to the end of the dictatorship, whether it is fascist, military, or otherwise. We are also seeing in Guyana the use of military force against our people. So where do we go? We have to look at the underpinning philosophy. I come now to the question of apartheid. A lot of times when we talk about apartheid, we talk about South Africa in which people live in separate locations. But is that what is being questioned in Guyana? What is being questioned in Guyana is whether the philosophy underpinning apartheid is being practiced in that. And many there are who believe that as you pursue race domination, etc., the underpinning philosophy is the same as apartheid. And so as we look at it, we have to recognize it's not a struggle going in one direction. There are a number of phases in the same struggle that we have to confront. And I think Nigel Hughes did touch on it, but in my opinion, he put it the wrong way. So when Jack Deode responded, they talked about a supermajority. But what Nigel is saying is that there should be some form of consociational democracy in which minorities have a power, sometimes called a weighted majority, so that you can be a check on the majority. Remember John Stuart Mill saying that democracy could be the tyranny of the majority. Consociacism attempts to temper that by giving voting power to a minority as a check to a majority. For instance, you can say, let me just give you a classic example. As you reform, you can say no budget could be passed by 51% of a political party. It needs to be passed by, say, 50 and 20, so that you remove the majoritarian principle and replace it with checks and balances that are characteristic of consociacism. And so I'm saying, in other words, all of the things you raise are applicable in that. But there is not one that will describe all elements of that. And what we need to do is to look towards the solution. And the solution lies in some form of consociacism.
Thank you for that intervention. I believe there is one additional
Good evening again, folks. I remember the PPP having, I think, 23 years of government prior to us coming into power. So we know what they were about and we know what they did. My question is, why hasn't either the opposition, the politicians, or some human rights group not allowed
these discriminatory events or murders and took it to the right authority. And the reason I'm raising that question is because the friends in the room, he may be able to tell me the exact time. We had a big protest in New York. We had Congresswoman Edith Clark, and she addressed us. And one of the things she said, you guys talk, and no one's ever filed anything official in my office. She went further to say there have been people from the Ukraine and other countries that have filed these things. So my question is, we've got them back in power, and we still haven't filed anything. And I would like somebody to explain that, because it's troublesome. I know for a fact also that the Canadian part of the PNCR had requested, but that was in that Zoom call, information for their political leaders. To this day, nothing has been filed. Thank you.
Anybody curious to respond?
I understand facility to another member of my panel. A dossier was completed. There is a document, and I think I still have, of all the murders that were occurred. It was submitted to, I know one time the State Department, and so there exists that dossier that was undistributed. So the answer is that it's very close at any time.
And I'd like to take you up on that. I'd like to make you up on that. Strategy could utilize that information as part of what we have been filing to the United Nations. So in response to Mr. Odell, I would like to say that IPADG stands ready and has been doing that work. We are an organization, as many of you already know, that was funded, and I think that because of the effectiveness of our work, we've lost our subvention. One of the things that IPADG did in 2021, when we received complaints from African Guyanese all across the country that they were not receiving any of the flood relief, we conducted a survey of over 4,000 people across several regions and were able to document name, address, the amount of the loss, etc. And we presented that to the Minister of Agriculture to say that in this village, these people got, those people who were right next door to them, for whatever reason, did not. And across the board, most of them were African Guyanese. In Region 6, there were many that were Indo-Guyanese that I cannot assume what the reason was that they didn't get. Could have been their political affiliation, who knows? But they didn't receive. And we presented that report to the Minister of Agriculture. He even quoted it in Parliament about the work that IPADG had done and thanked us. But I believe that that is an indicator of what IPADG is capable of doing. IPADG is a voice that we have used, as I said earlier, at the United Nations. We have participated at the working group of experts on people of African descent, their public meetings in Geneva. We have participated at the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. At the first launch of the Permanent Forum, we were able to send 2 delegates. At the second, we had 5. None of this is out of government money. We don't have any money. It is African Guyanese who are committed, who have gone into their pockets to go to the United Nations and carry our message, make interventions. We have provided to the United Nations Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent information on issues of concern, of the marginalization of the both economic and other, of people of African descent. And those recommendations included the importance of the collection of disaggregated data by ethnicity. And so that is one of the things that I would like
for this conference to take to Capitol Hill and for Guyanese in the diaspora to plead with their elected officials. When the United States articulates its policy on Guyana, they speak to inclusion. Inclusion has to be measured. We need to collect the data that speaks to where are the gaps? Where is it that people of other ethnic groups are not faring as, where there's no equality? Let me put it that way. So the collection of data is important in order for us to make the case that you are saying. Questions of the protection of African Guyanese land ownership. We are about to launch a project. We're putting in a proposal to do some more research on questions of land ownership and the various kinds of losses that we've experienced. But we need to make the case to the Congress, because that's what we're here today as people in the diaspora, to say to Congress, we want to speak about inclusion. We want to demand that the government of Guyana collect data that is disaggregated by ethnic group so that we can make the case. I should say to you that the government's response to this question of disaggregated data, as articulated by Minister Teixeira, is that this is against the Constitution. That is clearly incorrect. There is absolutely no government that purports to serve its people that does not measure exactly where the gaps are and where the needs are. So that that is not a case that can be made. And so, and thirdly, we have gone to the United Nations on questions of human rights. And again, it requires the collection of data. But we must not leave it to the government to collect that data for us. Again, I make the plea for support to institutions like IPADG that has the capacity to collect the information necessary to make our case. And we have to make it cogently and powerfully supported by anecdotal and empirical data. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we, I just want to make two quick announcements. These persons whose names I'll call, and I hope everybody is in the room, these delegates whose names I'll call, please don't leave. We have to have a meeting after the session. Richard Burke, Ms. Tappan, Edward Matrix George, Attorney Melanie Headley, Novella Noble, Dr. David Hines, Errol Lewis, Amabel Clement, David Patterson, David is not here yet, Sandra Hart, Jose Morgan, Don Simmons, Dr. Vincent Adams, Ms. Hyacinth Skeet, Brian Collison, Karen Wharton, Ms. Olive Sampson. Please make sure you stay back. We have to have a meeting. If any of you, any name that I've called, if you did not fill out your registration form correctly with all of the information that we would have needed to submit you for background checks, please do so. But we'll talk about that later. You have to undergo your background check. Also, tomorrow, everybody here will be going to the Capitol. We're not finished. No, there's another discussion after this. I'm just making these announcements because I'm around the people are leaving and then I'm, tomorrow, everybody for a period, this conference is going to go to the Capitol. You must have your ID badge. You must, the security here will not allow you to go on the transportation to the Capitol without this. Once you have this, it means you would have completed your registration form correctly and undergone your background check. Again, we're not sure about how things will be at the Capitol. All the leaders are the other members cannot come. They have to stay and vote. Once she'll be here in the morning, once she is done, We'll leave for the capital at 1:30. Everyone. There are two different sets of activities. We'll brief you guys about that tomorrow. For those people who are leaving early, I noticed some people leaving. In order to get to the venue tomorrow, you must have your key. You cannot get into the venue tomorrow without your electronic key, which has been emailed to you. So everybody, actually, we need to check their emails because nobody's letting you in, buzzing you in. You have to come scan your key, your electronic key, and enter the venue. Nobody's opening any door for anybody. It's not a kind of situation. You have to have your key. All right? So those 19 people who I announced, please do not leave after this session. We need to have a meeting with you. Everybody in preparation for the visit to Capitol Hill tomorrow must have your conference ID. If you don't have one, please ensure you get one. If you didn't fill out your form correctly, meaning this ID must match your ID. This conference ID must match your government issued ID. So if there's any change with your name, junior, whatever, ensure it's exactly as it is on your ID. It's not changing. Have the registration team change it to match your ID tomorrow. All right? Thank you very much. Sorry about the interruption.
Okay, to wrap up this session, I think Senior Counsel Ford wants to make one last intervention, and then we move on to the last panel for the day. Yes.
I'm just responding to a question. I can't respond to that question in responding. Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Lawrence asked about. Mr. Lawrence asked about.
Sorry about that, sir. Counsel. Yeah. I omitted. Tomorrow we would not meet here. Tomorrow we're meeting at the National Press Club. You guys all have that information. So please don't come here tomorrow, then call me and say, hey, nobody is here, y'all late, but we're not meeting here tomorrow. We only shift.
One thing that will remain for sure, at least in the foreseeable future, would be the holding of election at least every 5 years. And I believe that one of the things that we raised this morning, I believe that it would be fit and proper for this Congress to consider this gathering to consider, and that's the question of a new voters list and the need for biometrics at the place of vote. I believe that is something that we should seriously consider. I believe that we should also consider lobbying and asking the United States government to tie aid and loans to the respect for constitutional rights, the establishment of the Human Rights Commission, and the ability of Guyanese to engage in collective bargaining with trade unions. I believe that those would be, of course, the appointment of the Chancellor and Chief Justice. I believe those should form part of any recommendations going forward.
Okay, I've just been informed that school is back in session. Dr. Hines will speak for just one more minute, and then we move on to the next panel.
Yeah, I just want to say a quick response to the brother who asked about the dossier and stuff. Oh, okay. Look, I know people on outside are doing a lot of work, preparing a lot of reports. Nigel Hughes, who unfortunately is not here, is leading in that kind of work. Here is the problem. We are not going to execute effectively as we want to. This struggle against that dictatorship in Guyana if we do not control a mass media. Unfortunately, we don't. We do the social media thing where we're beating them there, but we don't have a television station that we have to enforce our access to. We don't have a radio station we have to enforce access to. So we do things, and our supporters don't know that we do things. And the newspaper, we don't have that. So we are doing tremendous work. But it's not getting done to you because we do not control the mass media. And I think that's something that the conference has to pay attention to. The second thing is that I know of no major struggle in Guyana, in anywhere in the Caribbean, anywhere in the world, where you're coming up against a mighty state and you don't have an all-opposition front that meets at least once a month. The opposition parties as opposition parties don't meet as opposition parties, they meet as parliamentarians. You do not conduct the struggle of this nation as individual parties. We have to have an all-opposition front of parties, and then an all-opposition front of parties, and the so-called, what we call today civil society organizations that are friendly to us. We cannot execute this level of struggle without a mass media that we have access to 24/7, and without all the opposition groups meeting as an all-opposition front and coordinating and letting tales out of school in saying that while the masses of people are catching up with where we are, at an organizational level, we in the leadership of the opposition, we are behind in terms of strategizing. So I just want to lay that on the table.
So thank you. There's one more question from the floor. Okay.
We depended on their needs now. And they say no more. You know, we are in basket in Africa.
Thank you, Dr. Hines. Hakeem, can you?
Good evening, everyone. Just building a bit on what Dr. Hines said. Actually, I wanted to make the same comments. I just have 3 points. The first being, we need to achieve the cohesion before we can have the necessary capacity, one for opposition and the next for government. As the Guyanese, we see that lacking from the outside, that there isn't that necessary cohesion factor in the opposition parties to properly counteract the initiatives of the government. And Dr. Hines as well shared about the capacity and the vision, the visionary ability of the leaders in the opposing parties. But one thing I wanted to focus on, it is my opinion that we cannot outfight the ruling party, we must obtain them. And one of the things that I have not heard being mentioned, I know we spoke about protests, but I do believe that the revolution must be systematic. And the engine of the PPP is the economics. Why haven't we had discussions about boycotting certain PPP businesses and bringing them to bear? Once we hit the legs of the government, they will come to the table. We don't have to hit the table. So instead of talking about protesting and going on the street, let us look at the system, the engine that drives the PPPC, and let us target that. I think that is where our strategy needs to be, and that's one thing I'm looking for from this conference. That when we leave here, there is a machinery in place. We know the actors of that machinery to take this thing to the next level. And in 2025, they will no longer be government. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so a big hand for panel. We're going to move on to the next panel. All right.
While we switch over to the new panel, last panel, we'll show a video. Volume.
These history of violence, racism, and terrorism in Guyana.
The opposition, give us a sense of how the meeting with congressional leaders went.
Well, I think it went extremely well. We were able to identify the critical issues in Guyana. We were able to give them a clear vision of where we want to take Guyana. And I think there was a healthy exchange. We understand some of their interests, where the confluence of interests lies, and we will pursue those issues.
Congresswoman Maxine Walters says, we hear you and we understand. What do you take that you mean?
That she accepts some of her position, but she also proceeded to suggest that they're both sides to a coin, and that she asked for a clear development plan, which we identify the tenants. We also left with her a document that will give a lot of that information. There's a wider dossier that we would have left that would have put all the issues in context in Guyana.
Congressman and Leader Hakeem Jeffries said as part of his intervention that he wants to see inclusivity. They have that hope to see inclusivity as far as possible. Talk to us about that.
Well, I think we did point out that there was little or no inclusivity. There's violation of Article 13 of our Constitution. And I think they place it in the context of their society as well, that is seeking inclusivity, and indicated to us that we need to work towards inclusivity. We have made it clear that we are disposed to inclusivity. In our presentation, we have identified the fact that the government fails to be inclusive. They tend to be arbitrary, and they seem to want to control all the political, economic, and social space and just dominate the society. So I think he's aware of that situation, and it is against that background he would have called for inclusivity.
Penultimate question. There seem to be a lot of questions too on general elections in Guyana and understanding that.
Well, I think they understand the situation. You know that we actually call for a clean voters list in the meeting, as well as biometrics, and to solicit support to ensure that we can get a clean voters list and biometrics. We are of the view that once that happens, you create a playing field that allows for free and fair election. And in that context, we will be the People's Progressive Party.
And finally, sir, congressional leaders seem to have an appetite for an opposition plan for governance. Did you think you had a good opportunity to deliver on that?
So, but the document we would have provided would have given them clear information on our approach to governance.
We learned that parliamentarian David Patterson was not permitted to come. He was stopped at the airport last evening. What are your thoughts?
Well, we actually said to the meeting that we saw it as in the normal nature of the government's dictatorial and authoritarian ways, and that it was a deliberate attempt to ensure that David Patterson doesn't get the opportunity to come. And that wasn't the only one. There were other things that they did that were aimed at ensuring that people don't come to this conference. Fortunately, we're here and we were able to point out to them that the treatment of David Patterson is a manifestation of the arbitrary dictatorial way of the government.
Holder, alert, push. She got a whole lot of names. And then we have Mr. Darren Wade. We're asking the presenters 4 minutes. 4 minutes, every presentation, 4 minutes. Then we'll take 4 questions and then we'll close up the session. We have a social tonight, and you guys have it in your email. If not, at the end we'll announce it. But every presenter, 4 minutes, then we'll take 4 questions, 30 seconds per question, and then we will close off the session, and tomorrow we'll resume. Thank you. And I'll hand over back to the moderator. Where is he? Go ahead, Don.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. The topic is stress to judicial independence, the use of the Guyana police force to persecute African Guyanese and opposition supporters. Last evening, this topic became more relevant when, with the denial of Mr. David Patterson, opposition MP, ability to leave Guyana to attend this conference. This was an unlawful act by the Guyana Police Force, which today the commissioner acting, first time ever, we've had a commissioner acting. All the other commissioners who gone beyond the age of 55 were confirmed commissioners. This commissioner is an acting commissioner, and he's past his 55th birthday. Today, he issued an apology to MP Patterson. If you go on Facebook, you'll see the response to that apology. The top 2 judicial officers in Guyana, Her Ladyship, Madam Justice Yonette Cummins, and Her Ladyship, Madam Justice Roxanne George, have acted as Chancellor and Chief Justice, respectively, for 6 years. The Leader of the Opposition, Aubrey Norton, has supported the confirmation of these outstanding jurists. But Madam Gail Teixeira indicated that that was not his place to do so, that he should wait until the president decides who he's appointing, and then the opposition leader could then give his opinion. Alan Harris, in last week's Village Voice, had an article which said the president is unlikely to confirm the chancellor and the chief justice. I don't know who could doubt that. These 2 ladies are now members of the Judicial Service Commission, and they will now appoint magistrates and judges who will be confirmed while they remain active. Since 2020, we've had former Minister of Finance Winston Jordan, former Minister of Public Infrastructure David Patterson, former Chairman of the Police Service Commission Paul Slow, and other senior police officers who were on the Police Service Commission, former Minister of Health Paul Lawrence, former PNC MP James Bond, GCOM officials Keith Lowenfield, Roxanne Myers, and Mr. Mingo have all been charged and placed before the courts. 1 trial was completed, and that was the trial of Mr. Winston Jordan before Magistrate Leron Day. He was represented by myself and Senior Counsel Roxanne Ford. Mr. Anil Nandalal, the Attorney General, went on a tirade in the media about the magistrate's conduct, and that she did not apply the rules of the order of precedent in coming to her decision. He'd never seen the file, he never knew what was in there. He would have been shocked if he saw all what was lacking. The judiciary is constantly criticized by the government. They've criticized Justice Gina Prasad, Justice Sandil Kissoon, and I can't remember who else. Now we have the Judicial Service Commission, which took quite a while in being appointed. It's comprised of the acting chancellor, the acting chief justice, retired chancellor acting Carlson, retired justice of appeal B.S. Rowe, and Morris Gajda, chairman of the Public Service Commission. These people are the ones who will now take applications from people applying for the positions of magistrates, and for the first time in the history of Guyana, there are now applications, there are now those vacancy notices for judges. I received a call some time ago from the leader of the opposition about some persons who wanted bulletins for history for them, and they wanted to turn themselves in. I advised the leader of the opposition that he should take photographs of them. No, we have to have photographs taken. This was done. And Attorney-in-law Dexter took them into the police station. They were held for 72 hours, which is the norm of the day in Ghana, except if you're Niger down down.
Sorry. The person standing at the back, if you guys take a seat and at least listen to the young lady. Listen up. Come on, please cooperate. Look at the person next to you and say, please sit down. If somebody is standing next to you, and Novella, could you ask those people standing in the hallway to come inside, please? We're wrapping up. We'll have all the time to socialize. We have a social event tonight. Please do the panel the honors of paying some respect. Thank you. Could you ask the people standing in the hallway to come in, please? I know y'all listened to each other for a long time and y'all want network, but we got a lot of time for that. We have space. The people standing in the hallway, can you come in, please, for this final panel? Thank you. Dominique, go ahead.
Yes, so they were placed on set. The health was set to over because it's the normal, and then placed on the. I wasn't sure what they were charged with, but when I appeared at the Sparna Magistrates Court, there were about 15 young men of African descent. The charge was terrorism. Their acts of terrorism was the destruction of stores at the Monaco market. The evidence in this matter is what is real concern. There was a protest in Haslington where the police shot and killed Quinton Bacchus, a resident of that area. It was some sort of setup operation the police had. So all the residents came out and they actually saw this killing of Quinton Bacchus, and they started to protest. Now these protests, I don't know how many of you have been in Guyana or live in Guyana or live in Guyana. These protests tend to move from village to village to village to village. The police evidence in this matter is of these protesters at Haslington. Their charge is at Monaco Market. I'm not sure how far Haslington, Karen, how far is Haslington from Monaco? Oh, my okay. The destruction of the stores. One vendor claimed losses of $3 million from selling puri, eggball, palauri, and chana. The government of Ghana, led by the president, went up there the next day and paid compensation sums. $3 million to one vendor, $2 million, and $1.5 million. Now I want you to compare that with what was paid to the families of those persons, those children who died in the massacre. There was one little boy who was 5 years old, and the others were young, they were around 15, 16. They were paid a sum of $5 million each. No lawyer was present to advise them. My colleague Don Hastings could back me up on that. No, what? Like no lawyer was present. So they could take no advice from anybody, and they were told they have to sign it or they wouldn't get it. So they signed for the $5 million. And people who lose, they saw, I'm not saying they saw it was worth anything. A life has to be worth more than that. Right? They got thing, and then Minister Vinja Pasal went to the next thing. And she gave each vendor 70 pounds of Banga Mary. Now, some of these vendors in selling Banga Mary, but they were given 70 pounds of Banga Mary. Yeah. Okay. But it's just a matter of the vast difference in how people are treated in this country, in Guyana, is appalling. And it doesn't matter if you're of the upper class or the lower class. If a policeman stops you and you're black, and you want to ask him why he stopped you, you got problems. There's a lawyer called Ryan Effin Crawford. Right? I think most of you would have heard about Ryan Effin Crawford. He became famous because he decided to ask the policeman why he stopped him. Since then, police commissioners have come out and said the police can't stop you unless they have reasonable suspicion. So I asked a policeman recently what he felt was reasonable suspicion. He said, if your face look a little funny, if you got things in the car and can't really see you driving, if you're driving and if you're drunk, if you beat a red light, and all these things. But then I realized recently now they have all these fancy cameras. If it comes again, please be here. But it's how people are treated differently. An Indian driving an SUV, if the police stop him, they're not stopping him to charge him. They're stopping him to see what they can get from him. Right? And that's a fact. A black young man is driving, he going to get spend a night in the lockup, then he has to go. Inevitably, they don't have the elements of the offense, and the people usually walk. Mr. Burke said I only had 2 minutes. I don't want to get myself into any trouble in DC. I'm not in Guyana. My lawyer, Roger Ford, is not called to the bar here. So at this stage, I will say thank you.
Thank you. You can raise some other matters during the discussion because we're going to have a healthy discussion. Darren, you got 4 minutes. The opposition leader said, if you want to hear noise, check down. But listen, I want to say this. I am proud of the work Darren is doing. And not everybody else, but particularly Darren, because he's young and he's brave. And the government of Guyana, and we will make this point very clear tomorrow, the government of Guyana, the PPP and the government kill people who are outspoken. They kill you. I want the people watching, I want Washington to know, I want the United States to know that the government of Guyana, where you see the president and them two little house slaves that come up in here last week, I was kidding that he's talking about inclusion, they kill people. Right? And Darren is a brave young man. And we want to thank him for coming. And I now ask him to present to you. 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you, Rick, for those encouraging words. My task this afternoon is to address the topic of, one second. I don't know, I'm not finding the topic. I want to read it. I want to read the topic for a start. Yes, I got it now. threats to judicial independence and abuse of the Guyana police force to prosecute African Guyanese and opposition supporters. In any democratic society, it is essential to have an independent judiciary. In Guyana, for about 6 years, we were out of the Judicial Service Commission. Judges were retiring, magistrates were retiring, and there were no one there to appoint members of the judiciary to fill those vacancies. So what we have in Guyana is a severe backlog of cases. And by having a backlog in cases, very often times, and judges are human beings, matters are rushed, decisions are rushed. And it is the litigants who suffer because of not having sufficient judicial officers. In addition to that, the appointment of persons who sit on the commission tells a lot. Because while the commission should be independent, if the persons who are sitting there are of a certain political view, as everything else in Guyana, as the other presenters with the various topics would have mentioned, they would appoint persons who has a PPP view. And that tells a lot for independence. In the highest decision-making body in Guyana, when Comrade Raphael Trotman said that no weapon formed against the opposition should prosper, they were bold enough. Sanjeev Datadin, they were bold enough to stand up and say that they have a weapon. And that weapon is the CCJ. So the people don't operate the rule of law. And comrades, brothers and sisters, after that we even saw the concern to us, not saying the CCJ president is biased, but of course, you must be, as an attorney, you must be very cautious. One of the arguments for the CCJ against the Privy Council is that the judges in the Privy Council, they're far apart. They don't understand ethos. They don't understand the culture of the Caribbean people. So we must have our own Caribbean judges to run our affairs. So, what's the name of the president of the Caribbean Court of Justice? The Honorable Justice Sanders. He should be able, according to that theory or that argument, and it was the Honorable Justice Duke Pollard who did a wonderful book, The Caribbean Court of Justice, Closing the Circle of Independence, who argued the issue of culture and ethos for the CCJ. So the Honorable Sanders coming to Guyana should understand and appreciate the culture of Guyana, our historic issues, and so forth. So sitting there facing Marajak Dio, Irfan Ali, and all of them on a quote-unquote courtesy call in the Guyanese context is unacceptable, because he's a man of the Caribbean and he should understand our issues and what that means for us. Because half of the population, or less than half, sees that and celebrates. Yes, Sanders today, and the other part he feels discriminated against or be treated unfairly. The issue, and I'll not move on to the issue of the police force. There is no secret. There is no secret that the people PPP government is using the Guyana police force to set up political score. There's no secret about that. As many of you here overseas, and back home of Guyana would have seen that I've been on the forefront. I was there when I arrested Roxanne Myers and take her to BV to sleep on the concrete. The stench, the urine, born in your eyes. She has to sleep on the concrete floor for 2 hours. And I was there when they arrested me. There were several other persons. Even I was the leader of the opposition. I was the leader of the opposition lawyer when he was charged. And freed. Winston Jordan, when Winston, I'm one of Winston Jordan's lawyers also. When they arrested, I'm getting to check stuff with you. When they arrested Winston 2 years ago, and you see the video, when the nurses were called come on the ambulance to Winston, the police said they want to take him to Sophie with a vehicle. And that's when I throw myself in front of the car, the police vehicle. Christopher Jones issue. The first time in Guyana, a court was held on someone bridge. We got an order from the court, from Justice Reynolds, preventing the police from going into his home on his bridge. And what they do? They arrested Christopher Jones and took him away. When the crowd went away, they disrespected that judge. And I said it before, and I will say it again. If it was Justice Biara, Justice the interesting, they would not have disrespected that order. That was a judicial officer who at the time was acting Chief Justice in Guyana, and disrespected him. And the government are also using laws that were used by our slave masters, used by colonial powers to control us. The CCJ outlined and had a good discussion, I must give them credit, in Quincy McEwen matter. Quincy McEwen and others were transgender from Guyana. And they were charged under the vagrancy provision. And they made reference to several US cases in that matter. One of those cases from the United States was Papa Christo versus the city of Jacksonville. There's attorneys in this room. You've probably heard of that case, where they traced the issue of vagrancy. In Lethem, the PPP took over the party building. Myself, Comrade Don Hastings, we went in there. The leader of the opposition called me in the morning and said, Darren, I would like you to go into Lethem and so forth. And I went. And the comrades were there waiting with us. There you had the police and so on. I spoke to them and so on. And I said to Comrade Hastings at that time, Comrade, they had arranged for us to go at a comrade to keep our meeting. And I said, Comrade Hastings, no, we go into the building for our meeting. That's right. And when they took back our building, we placed a security there, a comrade from West Police. We're getting to the using of laws that were used by our slave masters and colonial powers, abusing those laws. And the CCJ said that to the government of Guyana in Quincy McEwen matter. The comrade, the brother, the security that we placed there at Lethem was charged as a trespasser. He could not give account at the government building. for himself what he was doing there under the same vacancy legislation. Permit me to read from paragraph 31 of the judgment from the CCJ. And this is what it says. Legal historian and dean of the University of Virginia Law School, Professor Risa Goloff, in her book, has noted, vagrancy laws was often the go-to to respond against anyone who was threatened. Anyone who was threatened, that's the PPP. As many described it during the vagrancy law AD, to move out of place socially, culturally, politically, racially, sexually, economically, and others. Over time, states, locality deploy and retool vagrancy law for use against almost any real or perceived old or new threats to the public order. So when they charge our brother in Letem under the vacancy legislation, they had no justification to charge him. But we must find a reason to charge him, and they use that type of legislation, the trespasser. PNC building, where occupation and possession of it. How can you charge someone for trespassing there? We are not the complainant. Other comrades, other charges, the police were made up charges. Or we break and enter, they break padlocks. But strategically, they didn't charge Darren Wayne or Don Hastings. And if you go down to the reasoning and so forth by CCJ and the judgment in Jacksonville, you will see that this is certainly nothing new. And with PPP, and only continuing what Massey used to do, to drive fear in us. And it is for us. And it is for us to fight back. I cannot do it alone. Report cannot do it alone. And I thank you very much.
Report gonna go down fighting though. We're gonna rock the boat so hard the ship is gonna sink. The ship is gonna sink. That's why we have this conference. And we Attorney Dawn Holder did not get a chance to deal with an issue she wants to deal with. And I'll give her the chance to do it now, and then we have questions.
I'm speaking about my client's permission to do so. I have a client, a Guyanese migrant, a man. Somehow the PPP found out that he was a financial contributor to the PNC. He had made a report, he had a student, a businessman, and he made a report to the police. The work I've made a new story of this, and it was on our website. My client was charged along with two others. As a matter of fact, the latest thing is this wanted bulletin. They called him on the phone, they asked him to come, he didn't come. He called his lawyer, not made it time. The lawyer been going on Monday. It was Saturday. So he didn't go, the police went to his house to arrest him and locked him up for 72 hours. And he and two others were charged with conspiracy to defame and conspiracy to export. The police in the matter made it quite clear to me that the person that they want is Richard Burke. And if I could get Richard Burke where my client would walk free. This is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So we're gonna have the question and answer segment. Anybody have questions?
Thank you very much, Darren, and thank you, Don, for the presentation. This is a sore topic today, and Darren, I noticed that we spoken a lot on the CCJ, but one of the things that I observed is that the CCJ is contributing to the problem again. The first thing concerning the 2020 elections, because they ratified and 45 fraudulent votes, they basically disenfranchised more than half the country. The PDP should not have been in office if fraudulent votes were going out. So that's the first thing. So I have an issue with the CCJ. Second thing about the CCJ, if you look how it's financed, the trust funds for the CCJ is controlled by a Guyanese business fund who's a PDP contributor. So, I mean, the structure of the CCJ doesn't really lend itself to any sort of independence. And the third thing, which is something I learned today from Don, is that they're basically abridging indigenous people's rights because, they will rule in favor of the PDP because of the structure and how the institution is financed. So given all of those things, what are your thoughts, both of you, Don and Darren, on our further continuation with the CCJ? My view, I think we should find a way out of that. When it was set up, it wasn't set up for us, for them to look at all of our issues, only specific ones, but they somehow have taken on all of the issues, legal issues in Guyana.
Somebody else, sorry, I'm sorry.
I must say, I think you don't have to do that. I have to be very respectful. Always have. From the time of the election, all of it. It is nothing strange, I want to tell you, for the CCJ president, the fearful in any of the jurisdictions, if you come to your job, if you come to sit in the Bahamas, the first thing they do is nobody has mentioned the two CCJ presidents made it quite clear that the non-appointment of the chancellor and justice was a pain on the I think the president wants to go to the judicial landscape. First was the environment, the second was the economy. Made it quite clear. It was unacceptable after the situation was down for 6 years. To say you don't want to go to the CCJ, it means you will return to the Guyana. We can't go to the CCJ from here in the it means we stop at the court of appeal. And if you want to go to stop at the court of appeal, you know we have no if the remains in power, they will ensure they have judges there who will do what they want to do. Right? So if I do, I go to you. And what the Senate is good. The animal is protected and it's original music. Right? So any market has to be.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to add two things. The first, I'm going to take what Don said last. My contention, my issue with the CCJ is, I'm trying to be really diplomatic. I don't believe foreign judges should determine who must be the president of Guyana. Foreign in the sense of not being from Guyana. Yes, we understand it's the apex court. Yes, we understand we subscribe to the CCJ agreement.
where it's in terms of matters with regard to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas is the court of original jurisdiction, and with regard to appeal, our final appellate court. That's why the founders of the Constitution enshrined in it that when it comes to questions of determining the qualification for the president, the final jurisdiction rests with the Court of Appeal. And the CCJ changed that. They changed our constitution to make non-Guyanese judges determine that question. I feel very offended. And they did it in this. They did it under the cloak that the decision of the Court of Appeal with regard to the 2020 election was out, sorry, the Court of Appeal acted outside of its jurisdiction. The Constitution said whether you like it or not, outside, inside, that decision is final. And in the agreement that Guyana ratified with the CCJ, it specified that the CCJ didn't have jurisdiction over that aspect of the Constitution. But they went ahead and changed it because they want to show Guyanese that they're powerful. And if I had anything to do with it, I would find another court or find a way to change the court. That's a serious problem. We can't have, I don't know, a lot of people disagree with me. And a lot of people challenge me. And with all due respect to my Caribbean brothers, right? No other country would allow the CCJ to pick their president. None. We did. We did. And if you notice, every time the PPP finds themselves in a serious contention, they go to the external sources to give them power in Guyana. They have no sense of patriotism. They ain't no patriotism. When they were out of power, they considered to be patriotic is to be PNC. I'm serious. When I was growing up, they weren't patriotic. So I could go on and on about that. But I want to say this with regard to the case, because somehow my name got mixed up in with Darwin Best. Some people called me and said there was this dealership, BM sold, that were scamming them, right? And I spoke about it on my Facebook page. And then I got a message that these types of predatory, as we say in this country, predatory practices was perpetrated on our index. And after I spoke out about those predatory practices, criminal practices, the owner of BM Sold, well, one of them, the car business, reached out to me and said he wants to solve the matter. He think he was setting me up. He was regarding me and I was regarding him. Huh? I regard out of them. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm saying. So he asked me, oh, could you represent all these people in the consultant? I'm like, no. I represent nobody. Then people call me. So I changed the post and said, let the people, y'all who got this problem, BM Sold want to solve it, y'all call them. And then he said, the issue with Darwin is my brother. Can he call you to help me solve it? I'm not really a mediator. But to the extent that I can help solve these issues, he can call me. When he called me, I regarded too. Right? In the meantime, I saw a letter from Darwin Bess's lawyer, UC Anderson, accusing the man of fraud. Straight out fraud. Straight out fraud. So I became knowledgeable of what the real issues were. And I said, man, y'all solve these issues. Get together with your lawyers. Every conversation I have, you're going to get together with lawyers and solve it. somebody in the PPP got together with them and said, okay, let me set the Brickwood board. I'm not even lying. They're police officers, and they didn't even know this. They're police officers of the Guyana Police Force who submitted affidavits telling the FBI what they did in this case. One of these police officers even said in a meeting, and I heard it other places, that they only charge Darwin Best to get to report work. They think that they can sit down in Guyana and charge me in America for a crime. When the universal principle of the criminal justice system is that a crime is prosecuted in the jurisdiction it was committed. So if I committed a crime, the NYPD would have given me in cuffs and take me and prosecute me. But they think, right, that they came up with a smart ploy, including the Attorney General was part of it, that they're going to frame me, tell the US government, send me back, and they're going to kill me. And I made bold to say, kill me, generations of your family will be affected. You consider what that means. Generations. It's time to stop this nonsense. And we have evidence. Listen, when I say something, I just don't talk it. We have evidence of their plot. The Attorney General came to this country and was partially recorded. And for the first time, we're going to play we're going to play a recording that was submitted to the FBI tomorrow. He was partially recorded telling his activists that I was being killed. Don't mind a lot of bluff on top. He did it. A law enforcement officer heard him. And true to his oath, left that place where he heard it and called the police. And then he and the police called me. And then he, the police, and I called the FBI. So I see Barry Jagdale jump up and say, oh, Burke make up something because he wants attention. He thinks everybody is him. There's another guy who hangs around the PUP, closely associated with the Attorney General, who threatened, I'm sorry she's not here. She's a board member of CGID. She's the principal of a school in Brooklyn, threatened to come to her place of work and bomb it. I dare them. I dare them. I'm saying this because I want to make 2 points. Almost every single Black business in Guyana, the PPP is trying to destroy. Think about it. Name me one major Black business whose proprietor is not a supporter of the PPP that they did not go after. Car Care, Susan went to the fellow Car Care, Sevons, Channel 9, Van West Charles business, well, you got with them now, so I guess it fixed up. Darwin Best business, you know what? It's a few business. How dare this Black man make money? Charge him, send GRA after him. Not one Black business they are allowing to survive. They want to determine who must get rich, like how they decide who must get an oil block. Pick some women and say, y'all get an oil block. And I support the women. I support them. I'm just saying that the PPP must not determine which Black person gets rich. Let us do it by our capability and ability to conduct a successful business. Just like they want to decide which Black person who's an activist must be killed or must live. Guyana is the only country where the government sues the PPP anytime they come to power. They don't want anybody from the opposition to survive. They're going after Kathy's business because she's from the opposition. Because everybody, who the hell these people think they are? That's what gets me going. That you can't work for them, your business mustn't survive, you can't. What's his name? Calvin London. Calvin London executed the decisions of the cabinet as chairman of NISIL. They fired him since they came to power. Charged him. Charged him. The Chief Justice ruled that the transactions were legal. And the charges that they instituted against him were premised on the transactions that the Chief Justice ruled were legal. But they still got him in the magistrate court with these frivolous charges. Why? He's a black businessman. Then a certain tin cup dictator calls around the Caribbean to block him from getting a job. Calls around the Caribbean to block him from getting a job. And then they're upset because we're talking about that we want to have a conference. They got the audacity to hire black people. Every time they want to do the mischief, they throw money and get black people to do it for them. To come to this country to lie to politicians and to smear us. I want to show them that they can smear more than the diaspora. So we're going to hire back another firm to smear them back. But in that, we will tell the truth because they killed people. They murdered people. They committed genocide. Bart Jagdeo was an international criminal. He was caught by Vice News, sitting in his basement, negotiating an alleged $500,000 bribe. Who from the coalition ever did that? And he calling people criminals. No, I'm serious. So I wanted to raise those issues about them trying to kill black business. Nigel did some research. Elton Lowe, where is he? And a team did a research for CGID with data from the tender board website that shows 80% of the contract goes to East Indians. 10% goes to persons from abroad, 2% to black people, and the majority of the 10% from abroad are East Indians from Trinidad. Are you telling me that there is no racism? You're targeting Darwin Best business, that's not racism. You're targeting all the black people who are speaking up from the diaspora, that's not racism. Think about it. Every black talk show host in Guyana has been arrested, even the member of parliament. Every black talk show host in Guyana has been arrested. They're using the cybercrime legislation to stop this. How is that not racism? Why must we talk about this? I know I'm talking too much, but that's why we have this conference. And we in the diaspora, we live in a free country. And I feel offended when, according to Sharon, the jagabats from the PPP think that they must tell we in the diaspora what we must do and how we must say it. We reject that. We reject that. Those are fighting words, and we're going to fight them. They came all the way to Washington to fight us, to tell us we mustn't have this conference. Just like they told Copy 250 movement, for you to have a conference on the emerging apartheid state, that is unconstitutional. How dare you black people get together to talk about us, the new plantocracy? They're the new white people who enslave black people. That's how they're operating. Without apology, they are the new enslavers. That's how they see themselves. They're the new plantocracy. They're the new white slave owners. Iparege goes to the UN, gives a presentation to take away all the money. By Jack, they misappropriated funds. Every time you want to take down a black organization, black person, they call them a thief. That came out of the Jim Crow era, and it's the Jim Crow consultants advising them in Guyana. So we wanted to work in such a way that all of us from all around the country should bombard our elected officials, bombard the State Department, bombard the White House. Let them know what is happening. That we have to change the policy. We have to change the policy. This is serious business. We came to Washington to rock the boat. Rock it. We have to have a change in the US policy. And the Congress has equal a role in determining US foreign policy as the executive. They have to vote for the budget, right? They got to vote for the budget. They can hold hearings. Wouldn't you be proud if you're a member of Congress sat down in the Foreign Relations Committee one day and say, what the hell is happening to Guyana? That's what we want. No lobbyist could stop that. Your right, your constitutional right is to petition the government. Your elected official has to listen to you. You put them there. So as we close off tonight, I want to leave you with that message. Tomorrow, when we meet with our elected officials, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Let us say what we feel. Let us tell them what we feel. It's a charge. We have people came here from Texas, from the Virgin Islands, from Canada, from everywhere. We mean business, and I want the people in Guyana and the MPs who came spend their money to see that we mean business. And we don't want to stop. Like we had the anti-racism march and everybody went home and everything went fine and Gail Teixeira and them issued 2 statements and cussed me out and everything gone back to no. You see how they apologized to David Patterson? If we weren't rocking the boat and the AFC wasn't rocking the boat and the lawyers weren't working and every time we work together, diaspora and the homeland, we defeat the people. I'm telling you, we do. Every time we work together, we achieve success. How dare these people stop the man from leaving the country, from meeting members of Congress? They're so contemptuous of Black people. They want to show they have power. And I saw some people text me today and tell me, man, why are you talking about Black people? Black people, they're discriminated against. And opposition supporters. But the majority of people they're disrespecting are Afro-Guyanese. That's what we got to talk about. That's what we have to talk about it. We live in America. The government funds programs to stop discrimination against Black people in this country. We're not shy to talk about it. And then a PPP supporter, lastly, texted me just now. I know him. He said, you're so racist, you're attacking the PPP. So what they have been able to do is cultivate in their supporters that when you criticize the PPP, you criticize East Indian people. That's not the case. And let me educate the PPP supporters about what racism is. Racism is not because you criticize somebody or even because you don't like somebody of a different race. Racism is when you have an inherent hatred to somebody because of their race and you use your power to enforce that prejudice. So if I don't like East Indian people and I got no power, I'm not being a racist. I just don't like certain people, which I'm not talking about me, I'm just giving an example. But they have the power, and every time they go into power, they use that power to discriminate against us. And I end with this, as the member of Congress said, why do they have to come to Washington to tell us that they love Black people and they have a plan for inclusion when they haven't told the Black people of the country about that plan? Think about it. Why are you coming here to Washington to boast about your plan for inclusion when you haven't said to the people? Cathy, did the government ever tender a paper in Parliament about inclusion? How are we going to achieve it? Did you ever see a white paper? Did you see a policy? Anybody, please tell me. Please. Bharat, I'm watching you in the camera. When did you lay that paper in Parliament? That you send Ali up here to talk about. When? Bharat and Ali, When are you going to lay this paper in Parliament? When are you going to tell the black people of the country about your plan for inclusion that you came to present in Congress last week? Because they're asking. When are you going to come to Brooklyn and tell the black people in Brooklyn how you plan to include them in the governance of the country and how you plan to promote inclusive growth so that everybody could benefit from the economic prosperity of the country? When we waited, they were hopping mad that they were not invited to this conference. The embassy in Washington called our conference line demanding we want 10 tickets to come to the conference. And then they harass the poor woman so much that I called them back and said, look, Alba, you're not coming. The conference is not for you. Barrett, go and cuss me out at the press conference. If you're coming to talk to us, tell me about how you're going to promote inclusive governance. Tell us about how you're going to promote inclusive growth. Tell us about equality. Tell us you will stop giving all the money to your supporters. Reinstate the subvention-free policy. Did you all tell Congress that was the plan? Barrett, tell us when you give back the black organizations their money. Last year, they took away the money from AFDA for emancipation. Yet, they got the effrontery to go to the emancipation. So, I am doing this because I want to fire y'all up for tomorrow. Because tomorrow is when the real deal is going to happen. We ain't come to Washington to play. Right? So, thank you. Anybody wants to? You want to? Oh, sorry, hold on. Miss Sampson had a question. We have to leave the room. Miss Sampson had a question. Come, Darren. Just now. We can do this response at the same time. No, hold on. Let me hear her, then we can respond to all the questions. Amen.
Okay, and my quick question is, in order to be effective on capitalism tomorrow, are we going to be giving talking points so that we're very crisp in the message that we deliver?
We're not going to discuss this. We're going to discuss that. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. In relation to the question of the CCJ and consideration of whether or not to change, one, I believe at some point there must be a community to do that. I believe this is a topic at the time needs to feel that way. We must debate. I wouldn't say whether or not we should change or not. And it doesn't mean that we go back to the code. We could redesign our judicial system. We could have, if you have the High Court, the Court of Appeal, we could have a Supreme Court of Guyana, which is the highest judicial. It could be a consideration. So that is definitely a consideration as a democratic society that we could have. And I remember the people, these are how we have to do. So that is a consideration for us internally. The issue in relation to, yes, my sister here. When I addressed the issue in relation to the CCJ president coming to Guyana, I said because of the social, because of the ethos or culture, because of the division, and what it looks like in the public eye. When the president visited Guyana, he should visit both sides so he doesn't look biased, and it is not to me. That is what I said. I did not say something strange. I just want to record. Because at the end of the day, I got a baby in school. I don't want it to be said. No, I'm serious. You said something. If it is good, I didn't correct that to report. I did not say it is strange. I just said because of the ethos in Guyana and the institute that we have in Guyana to avoid the perceived bias. Visit both sides. That is my good. Thank you.
All right, and I agree with that. I criticize the CCJ, and you know what? The next time they came to Guyana, they did visit both sides. They did. So they're responsive. All right. So thank you very much. We have some instructions for you before you leave. As we said, tomorrow we will resume at the National Press Club, where we'll have members of Congress addressing us. Ms. Stappen, would you like to come and give further instructions? We have a social tonight. It's at the Society, 882. You should have that too in your email. 882 Georgia Avenue is a Guyanese lounge and restaurant, and it's in Silver Spring, right up the road, literally about 20 minutes from here. Maryland, 20910. The Society, if you're writing it down, 8229 Georgia Avenue, right on the border of Northwest DC here, Silver Springs, Maryland.
It is.
It is in the email. It's in the email that you got from me. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. What time we going here? We'll go here tonight for 8. Yeah, we'll be there until like 12 because we have a session tomorrow morning, and then tomorrow morning we begin at 9. Huh? Sorry, go ahead. But those of us who like to hang out, we're gonna be there till like 4. No.
I really don't have much more to say. Rickford has given you all of the information. I see hands going up. Yes, miss, yes, miss, yes, miss. So the information you got just now, as Rickford said, it is in the package of information you received and the email that you got. So that is the address. Yes, Sharon, he wants Rickford, not me. So you have the address for